Hi, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Friday, episode number 61 of Heavy Metallurgy with my brilliant co-host, Professor Steele, Alan Coulson. How are you, my friend?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How are you doing tonight, Marty?
Doing all right. Thank you. Thank you. And it's good to be here. Always love Fridays. And thank you for everybody that's been blowing up the chat for part of the day today. You guys are awesome.
Folks are getting an earlier and earlier start in the chat,
Yep.
which is cool to see that. Yeah, folks are having fun, having some conversations even before we get going. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Totally awesome. And today, before we jump into the thick of things, got t-shirts still to sell. We are eventually going to introduce a new design. It's going to be a little bit pretty busy, and I need to figure out the design and the artist and all that stuff, but we will bring another one to the foreground here at some point. And also, for those of you that wish to donate to the channel, their super chats are available in the chat area. You'll see a little dollar sign down by the bar down there. Not necessary. You don't have to do it. Some people ask what they can do to pitch in, and that certainly helps the cause. Goes to computer stuff, mic stuff, StreamYard fees, you name it. We appreciate it, and we really love all you guys for the support. And also, one last thing. If you're watching this, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Click the bell, like these, comment. I'm trying to keep up with the comments a bit better. It helps us out. It helps the algorithm and gets us spread around the internet a bit better.
If you don't subscribe, how are we supposed to take over the world and retire from our day jobs and spend all the time bringing you more and more heavy metal content?
Right.
That is the plan, right?
That'd be great. I'm ready. I'm ready for a career change. Trust me. But we've got a cool topic today with a very cool guest. We're going to bring him on right now, Mr. Brian Arkham from the Brian Arkham channel. Hello, our friend. How are you? Oh, he's frozen in time. He looks like he's trying to kiss himself.
Oh. I swear we have the real Brian, not just a cardboard cutout. Just give us a moment here.
He might be coming back here in a second. But yes. Oh, there he is. Oop. He just bailed. He'll be back.
We'll reload in just a moment. Absolutely. But yeah, Brian picked a cool topic and one that we haven't done this style before. We'll let him explain his rationale, but it's been an interesting and fun one to dig around in and pull some stuff for this evening. But while we wait for Brian to jump back in, if folks missed it earlier this week, Marty, Rick, and Kellen did a great job on the Wednesday night Heavy Metallurgy book club series talking about the Cormorant album, Metazoa. I couldn't participate. I've been out of town most of the week, but those three guys did a really good job. Marty, I really enjoyed listening to that one once I kind of got back to civilization where I could catch up on stuff. So yeah, you guys really had a really good discussion on that particular album.
Thank you. Sure. It was a good time. And Brian, here, after your big introduction where you came on, you're like this. It looked like you were trying to kiss your image and it was awesome. But
I noticed when you guys were doing your intro that you guys were breaking up. So I don't know, there's a glitch in the matrix, but it looks like we're ready.
But thank you for joining us. And anybody who's not subscribed to Brian Arkham, I put his link in the description. I think I did that. I'm pretty sure I did it a day or so ago. Ash, I just want to bring up, he subscribed but didn't get a notification for tonight's show. You need to click the little bell. When you hit the subscribe button next to it, there's a bell. You click on the bell and then you have to hit that alert. So I don't know, maybe we're getting shadow banned or something for saying potty mouth words. But anyway, Brian, thank you so much for joining us. And this was a topic that you came up with really quick. I mean, it was like
quick timeout. I do have one last shout out to do before we get into the topic. Sorry.
Yep.
I just wanted to say hey to Jeff over at the Metal Madness 66 channel because about a couple of weeks ago, Jeff sent me an interesting link to order something. And when I saw it, I had to do it and just got it today. So I wanted to take a moment to show this off. I think some folks out there will appreciate it. It's what I'm wearing. Folks may know that, I don't often buy heavy metal shirts these days, but when I do, I get a little randy.
Oh, yes.
Check this shit out. Straight from Mexico.
Oh, perfect.
Totally legit though.
The bootleg
Absolutely.
capital of North America, Mexico. Yes.
Well, I tell you what, anybody finds me an official merchandise shirt for Randy baseball tees, and I will gladly order it from whatever corner of the planet it is in. But until then, I want to be rocking this bad boy.
Mel said, show them the back and then walk away. Work it, girl.
Oh, is there back print? It says,
cause no one can fight the beast in the night. Yep.
That's badass.
It's really too bad they didn't make it a green jersey sleeve, so it could have been a little more lettucey. They could have really brought out the lettuciness of him.
It could have, yeah. Green would have been cool. I do like the kind of mustard yellow though. Works pretty well for it as a
definitely a cool shirt.
Yeah. So big thanks to Jeff. He found it on, and I forget the name of the site offhand, but they have a very wide range of shirts for tons of bands. I'm sure none of them are officially licensed whatsoever, but pretty cool. If folks are interested, I'll try to find the name of the site and post it in the chat here in a minute. But thanks to Jeff. Cool. Jeff knew what was going to happen when he sent that link, and sure enough, I quickly rushed over to the site and basically said, "Shut up and take my money."
The only links he sends me is usually like chicks deep throating hot dogs.
You have a very different and special relationship with Jeff than I do.
So.
You guys have done a lot of streaming together. So I'm just all I'm going to say about that.
All right. I have shown off my drip, so now it's time
rules.
for Brian to explain to us what led him to pick tonight's topic.
It was a pretty easy selection too. There was no banter back and forth. He just kind of said, "What about this?" And I'm like, "Okay, works out perfect."
Yeah, I figured you both have pretty extensive knowledge of the Midwest states. I was kind of trying to limit it a little bit toward, I was kind of leaving off the Dakotas and the Nebraskas because those aren't ones that I usually think of with huge, metal scenes. But I thought it'd be cool to kind of focus on this part of the country that doesn't get a whole lot of attention. I live in Illinois, Marty's in Michigan. I believe you've lived there your whole life, and I lived here my whole life. So fairly, familiar with the local and regional bands and scenes. So I thought it'd be cool to focus on that. I know you've done a couple of these kind of regional, topics over maybe talking about Netherlands and Germany, maybe. So,
yeah, we've mostly done European ones. I don't actually remember if we've done a U.S. one other than like Florida death metal. That was more
and that's the thing. That's what gets most of the recognition. West Coast thrash and Florida death metal, New York, Texas sometimes. So. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool to highlight some bands from the Midwest.
Right on. Yeah, it was a good idea. Nice broad swath. We'll get to show a little bit of variety tonight. And we talked a little bit beforehand how we were going to approach this. I think we're just going to start by state. So why don't we start off by going farthest east and working our way west. So that would be Ohio first.
Ohio. All right.
Ohio.
Gotta get my Ohio pick here. I had them in a different order.
Okay.
We'll
start with you, Brian.
Well, thank you. I appreciate. Okay.
How did I not fucking even think about that record? That's a great record.
Yeah. So I remember seeing this. I saw an interview in Pit Magazine. Did you guys ever read Pit Magazine?
Oh, yeah.
I was never a big fan, but
I had a couple of issues of it. Yeah. It wasn't one I picked up regularly.
Yeah, it had. Well, I remember getting that one at Barnes & Noble when Barnes & Noble first opened up, and it had those really thick, they use really thick paper stock. Anyway, Yeah, you're right. It wasn't that great of a magazine, but I did see an interview with Gutted on there, and then kind of went searching for it in my local stores. And really, my local stores consisted of a couple places in the mall and Best Buy. It's not like I had a real, big city record store. So anyway, never ended up finding it until this got reissued a couple years ago by Repulsive Echo. So I grabbed it.
I saw them once back in the day. They were great.
Was that like a Michigan Death Fest?
It was a Michigan or Ohio Death Fest. I think it was the
Mhm.
Ohio Death Fest, to be honest. It might have been Michigan. I don't remember. It all kind of fades together at some point. They were great.
Yeah, I think it was three brothers and another guy.
Yep.
That made up the band. Yes, when I finally actually got a copy of this and listened to it, yeah, it pretty much hit all the points for me as far as what I wanted in like Midwest death metal from the 90s. It was chunky and it was thrashy.
Really cookie. That's a very groovy, hook laden record. It's really well written, catchy.
Yeah, and it had these kind of doom laden parts. Definitely got a lot of those catchy, like neck snapping moments, where they just kind of flow and groove. The vocals weren't anything really different. They're kind of like a more guttural version of Chuck. They were doing a lot of this was 1994, so there's Death and Obituary and Pestilence and Autopsy had a record or two out already, so they were definitely in that kind of vein. So it's just I don't know, maybe it was the record label they were on at the time, Red Light District, that didn't push them to the stratosphere. But there's some really great songs on here. Death Before Dismember is probably my favorite. Chock full of guts. It's typical kind of 90s death metal, but it's really good and I really enjoy it. And I believe
Death Before Dismember.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Repulsive Echo is reissuing
the demos. I was just looking that up. Yep.
So watch out for that. And this is kind of around, so it's not that hard to find anymore. Which is
totally worth tracking down for all old school metal fiends. Very good Midwestern death metal.
Gutted. Bleed for Us to Live.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was just telling folks in the chat. I had the original CD back in the day, but traded it.
I still have it.
Somebody.
Did you?
I did. Yep.
I bet
I bought it in a local used bin just because it looked kind of cool and I liked the title. I was like, yeah, it's not bad, but I eventually traded it to somebody for something. I don't know what. Choices.
Still got mine. Good shit. Yep. All right. Ellen, you're up for some Ohio love. We're just going to go around till we deplete our Ohio stock and then move on.
Okay. Let's see. Well, Ohio, I know a decent bit about for two reasons. I lived there for 4 years, but also because it had a pretty big heavy metal scene in the 1980s. Of all the states we're talking about tonight, sorry, time to go into professor mode for a minute. We got 12 states. And Ohio has the second most entries of any Midwest state in metal archives, which of course, isn't necessarily a complete list. But Ohio is clocking in today at about 1,668 metal archives entries. So, yeah, a lot of bands there. And of course, a lot of them are going to be centered around particular places. Cleveland tends to be the epicenter of everything in Ohio, which is kind of funny. If you don't know Ohio geography, Cleveland is way, way up in the northeast corner, right on the lake. But everything in that state revolves around Cleveland, even though it's basically as far from the middle of the state as you could possibly get. A big thing for the Cleveland metal scene, they did a good job of cranking out a bunch of compilations on different small local labels to kind of help document things and get bands going. Just pulled this one as a good example of that. This is the Cleveland metal comp from around 83. I think this was on Cubland. Small label, Club Side Records. most scenes are lucky, if they got like 1 or 2 compilations. I could probably have pulled 4 or 5 different ones out for Cleveland without much trouble. Some bands featured here, and these are ones that are familiar to folks with Cleveland metal. You've got Black Death. Best 2 Black Death songs ever recorded are on here, with Taken by Force and Until We Rock. Much heavier and also more melodic at the same time than most of the stuff that showed up on the Black Death LP later on. The LP is kind of considered one of those lost classics, but it's kind of an uneven listen. They're really on fire on this compilation. You've got Sacred Few featured, Jagged Edge. They made a 7-inch back in the day. Mistreater, who made 1 or 2 albums. They've always been kind of had a cult following from the Cleveland scene. The excellent Breaker and Shock Paris are both featured. We'll talk about them more here pretty soon. And you also got a really cool band called Sorcerer featured. There's a couple of different versions of this. They swapped out band pictures and stuff between pressings, so there are some minor variants you can get. But yeah, the Cleveland scene is a cool one to check out, and a relatively easy one to start digging through if you can pick up the compilation albums like this one. There's one called, I think, North Coast Steel. I think there's a third one that's also just called Cleveland Metal, or like the Cleveland Heavy Metal Experience. There are some cassette only compilations from the Cleveland heavy metal scene also, that have a lot of small bands that didn't get anything else past the demo stage. So yeah, first thing to start with for me was definitely you look at the comps. A lot of excellent bands back there. A lot of them revolved around the Auburn Records label, which we'll hear about some as we talk about these Cleveland and Ohio area bands. But yeah, a lot of talent in that particular region. From what I can tell, it seemed to be one of the areas where heavy metal started to pop very early in the United States. And again, probably just due to the fact that Cleveland's a huge city. You have Pittsburgh not far away. So it was an area that, any bands, touring, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, bands of that caliber, when they came over to the States, those were kind of cities they'd be hitting and could have a big impact on. And they had, huge urban populations. So a good chance to influence a lot of youngsters to start their own bands and develop a really strong scene in the Cleveland area in the 1980s. So I'm starting with the compilation. Marty, what have you got for your first Ohio entry?
Well, I thought I'd pick a newish band to start things off with. And it's a band where the members of said band are in a bunch of other bands. So I figured it'd be a kill, a bunch of birds with one stone. But I picked my favorite of the bunch. And Cincinnati's Faith Extractor. This is Proverbial Lambs to the Ultimate Slaughter. This features Ash Thomas he plays drums and sings on this, and also writes a lot of the material, and Zdenka Prado. Both of those folks, let's see, Zdenka was a singer. She was singing for Estuary. She's also in Surgikill, 40 Days Longing, if anybody remembers that, or Garden of Shadows. Those were 2 demos that made around the scenes a lot back in the early days. Ash was also in Crucified Mortals, Estuary, Shed the Skin, which has got Kyle from Incantation on drums, Surgikill, Estuary of Calamity, a bunch of other stuff. Thorns of the Carrion's another one, and he was also on Gardens of Shadows live. But this is really excellent death metal from Ohio. Really super well done. Ash just has a really good ear for writing the old, really riffy, dark, demented old stuff. And they're great. They're a great band. We saw them, I don't know, before the pandemic. They played Lansing, the 3-piece. They're awesome. At the time, Ash was singing and playing drums. Now they lost a guitar player, so he's playing guitar and singing. And I think they're playing along to just like computer tracks, or like drum tracks over the PA or whatever. I don't know if that's changed since this album, but this is a good album. All 3 of the records are really good. Check it out for sure. And they even have a 7-inch as well. But Cincinnati representing. How about you? We're back to you, Brian.
Yeah, it seems like back in the day it was Florida death metal. Right now, modern day, it seems like death metal is kind of centering around Ohio. There's a lot of really good new bands coming out of that state. Sing with Sugarbog is one. There's a whole number of others, and it seems like there's a lot of great tours going through, like the Youngstown area, Columbus.
Yep.
So it's becoming like a hotbed right now of death metal, at least. So I got Destructor, and I think Alan just named this in the chat, but that was
Scott was asking about that.
That's a good album.
Maximum Destruction, 1985. Yep. Yeah, pretty good. I think I'm not sure exactly where in Ohio these guys are from.
I can look it up.
But yeah, really good speed metal, kind of thrashy.
Mm-hmm.
Really awesome cover there. I mean, that would make me buy this. Leather and chains. Dave Overkill, he's the main guy, I think.
They're from Euclid.
Well, I don't even know where that is.
Euclid, Ohio. I don't know.
I'm sure somebody will explain it in reference to Cleveland.
I think we got some Ohioans in the in the chat. But anyway.
Anytime you ask somebody in Ohio from directions, in my experience, they'll always give you a reference point relative to Cleveland. But like, oh, I'm 4.5 hours southwest of Cleveland. This is like, so you're in Cincinnati? Yeah. Why the fuck didn't you say Cincinnati?
So you got Dave Overkill, Dave Holocaust, Matt Flammable on drums, and Pat Rabid on guitar. So really cool names too. I think they disbanded and then recently reformed. Not recently, but I know back in 2003, I've heard they put out an EP called Sonic Bullet. That was really, is that it? Sonic Bullet? Yeah, yep. that song rips.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the whole EP, rips really good.
And they sound really good on that one too. I have not heard like their stuff from like 2016, 2017, but I really like Sonic Bullet in this one. So Destructor.
Nice.
Yeah, I've heard one of those more recent albums, but I'm forgetting which. But it, from what I remember, it was kind of staying the course. But yeah, excellent pick, Brian. I like the vocalist a lot. He reminds me a little bit of Harry Conklin from Jagdpanzer.
He's got
the same kind of delivery.
Yeah. It's got a little bit of grit to it. It's it's a little street level dirty.
Yep,
which is good for that kind of speed metal power thrash stuff.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, Alan.
All right. Well, let's go with one of my favorites from the old Auburn Records roster, and that is Ohio's Breaker. This band, took their name from the Accept album, so no mistaking where their influences come from whatsoever. However, instead of having a really gruff Udo clone as vocalist, they had a really talented singer named Jim Hamar, really, really good voice. They were on the Cleveland scene for a number of years. They put out a single in '83, and this album, their only release back in the day, called Get Tough, this didn't come out until '87. So it took them several years to get the album out, but it's a really, really strong one. Kicks off with Lie to Me. It's got the excellent 10 Seconds In. All these tracks. Blood Money is good. Black and White, insanely catchy. Great hook in the chorus of that one. Really one of those hidden gem albums. Not necessarily that hard to find or track down. It's been reissued by Auburn with bonus tracks and stuff, which is really cool. They did a few new songs around the turn of the century. They actually did an EP called Accept, just in case anybody had somehow missed what their main influence was back in the day. So yeah, excellent band. Cover, maybe not necessarily the best thing ever portrayed on an album.
No.
But
it's like a 90s cover.
a little bit. But yes, if Cleveland, metal had kind of a distinct sound. It was very rooted in that traditional metal style, influenced by bands like Accept, Scorpions, Priest, Maiden, all that kind of stuff, and always had that kind of, like Brian just said a minute ago, that kind of street level vibe to it. The bands never got too fancy or frilly or anything like that. they always had a really good, solid blue collar sound and sort of vibe to them. Auburn was really good at picking out talented bands and giving them a chance like that. So yeah, if anybody missed this one somehow and you're into the Ohio metal scene, yeah, this is one of the classics. It's one of the best ones that came out of that whole area back in the day. Breaker with Get Tough.
What year was that?
The album came out in '87.
I've never heard of Breaker.
Just another one of sort of the lost classics. By '87, their style of metal was pretty dated. Their single came out in '83, and at that time, they sounded just right. By '87, that kind of more traditional metal style wasn't getting nearly as much attention as it used to. So yeah, sadly, they kind of missed out. They've also done some compilations. There's some live recordings that have been put out by the band. So there's definitely material out there for folks that want to check it out.
Okay.
Over to you, Marty.
I'm going back to Cleveland.
Cleveland rocks.
This band rose out of the ashes of the band called Corpse Grinder. It's in Balmer.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a really highly rated album, but I didn't want to go digging out There Was Blood Everywhere 7-inch out of the box. So I went for easy because I procrastinated too long on pulling stuff. But this is Emanations from the Crypt. Super sick Ohio death metal. No frills, just really good, twisted, sick vocals, really old school, a little bit of grind thrown in on occasion. They're just a good, sick, twist band. Pretty good representation of what Ohio has to offer as far as classics. There's a lot of bands, death metal bands from the area that are still going, which is very cool. These guys are, I believe, let me see. It says they're still active. They haven't put out anything since, 2016. It's been a few years. In fact, it was this album. But, yeah. Oh, great. The bots are here, everyone. Rejoice. Rejoice. Block user. Good stuff. Anyway. Yep. And Balmer. Couldn't really talk about Ohio without mentioning them.
Yeah, it seems like the Midwest has a certain amount of sickness in their death metal. It's ultra gross and serial killer obsessed most of the time.
Yep. All right.
I remember that cover. That was done by Wes Benscooter, right? There's Blood Everywhere.
Cover. It was. Yep. Back in the Relapse days. This came out on Hell's Headbangers, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
You're up.
Oh, me? Are we still in Ohio? Because I don't have.
We're still Ohio. You don't have anything? Okay. No. Alan, you want to jump back in, or I can go again? I've got two more for Ohio.
Ohio, yeah, I've got a few more here. Well, Breaker's probably my favorite from the classic Ohio scene. Strong second is Shock Paris. They did several albums for Auburn Records. This is their second, Steel and Starlight. Now, looking at it, this is one, if you see it in the racks, you're going to hesitate, and I understand that. It's a very colorful cover, robot lady, lots of rainbowy things going on.
I always saw that in the bargain bin back in the day, and I never jumped on it.
And I can understand why. It would, if you don't know the band, you would hesitate. This is a kick-ass album by a kick-ass band. They're led by a very charismatic vocalist called Vic Hicks. He's got a very kind of gruff voice, a little bit of Blackie Lawless in the vocals there. And they do a very good job of kind of balancing, that tough, strong sound, but also keeping it melodic. It's classic Cleveland area heavy metal from that day. The debut album, Go for the Throat, is sensational. This album is just as good, though. This one is a little more polished sounding, but it still retains enough of that Ohio grit in the music to satisfy fans of all things heavy. This is not a glam album at all. If anything, maybe it falls in that kind of Wasp territory where it's heavy, but it's also got enough, melody and smoothness to, have a little wider appeal. But yeah, Shock Paris was very good at writing these songs that had these kind of big fist in the air, defiant sing-along anthem type numbers. These were really, crowd pleasers that were going to get everybody worked up and chanting along with Vic as he rolled through them. Not a bad song on this album. They're absolutely great. The third album I have not heard in a long time. That one I do remember being a little less interesting, but yeah, Go for the Throat and Steel and Starlight. You cannot go wrong with those if you want classic Cleveland 1980s metal. Fantastic band. Another one that's never gotten their due. They have put something out just in the past year or two. I think they had an album in 2020 called Full Metal Jacket. And I actually heard a little bit of that one. It didn't sound bad. Vic Hicks is still with the band and still sounded pretty good. I didn't give it many spins. I can't comment on it in detail. But it is another case of the band getting back together and sounding okay. So, yeah, Shock Paris. Weird name. Weird cover, but this is one, if you see it, yeah, and you like this style, bite on it. Take the chance. It is a good one.
I was at a record store recently and saw a cover, a Pretty Maids cover that reminded me of that, where it's like,
yes, it does look very Pretty Maids. That's a good point, Brian. Much more ballsy sounding than Pretty Maids from that era. I like that era of Pretty Maids, but that was very AOR commercial friendly stuff. There's
a couple rockin' songs on the album he's mentioning though.
Yeah, it's either Future Heroes or there's one other that has a similar cover from Pretty Maids.
They had a video on
good
MTV.
Albums.
Yeah, they had like a car, like a hot rod, and yeah, it was pretty cool.
Future World. That's the
Future
other one,
World. Yeah.
Good albums. Ronnie Atkins is a great singer for Pretty Maids, but no, Shock Paris is much gruffer in the vocal department. Yeah, much more of a metal injection than what Pretty Maids had by that particular era.
Apparently the sexy robot girl got around because Tom mentions that Autograph used her, and then Rick said that Fem C3PO from Spaceballs did some modeling work.
Oh, Tom, just glad Marty pointed out you were there. I'm behind on the chat. For Tom and the other folks that are more into the cinematic side of things, let's see. Shock Paris was featured in a couple of movies. They were in the 1987 film The Hidden and On Your Feet. One of their best tracks was in the 2012 movie called Metal Maniac. So some more heavy metal cinema for folks to go track down if that's your thing, which I know, Tom, that's one of your things.
I did not know that.
It sounds familiar.
I'm covering everyone's bases as best I can tonight.
Okay, my next pick, I went a little bit different. I figured, Ohio would be a lot of people showing death metal stuff and some of the traditional metal stuff. So I thought I would pick something down Brian Arkham's lane a little bit. I haven't listened to this CD in a long time, but I remember thinking it was pretty good when it came out. It's kind of in the stoner doom kind of vein. It's a band called Keel Hall.
Yeah, I have that one.
Oh, yeah.
They're from Cleveland, believe it or not. Another band I've seen back in the day. This could have been in the Hydra Head catalog. This might be, it is it's Escape Artist, which was Gordon, who was a publicist for Relapse. Now he is running the US leg of Season of Mist. Gordon Conrad. He started a label back in the day called Escape Artist. But this is the debut Keel Hall album. It's like a stoner, sludgy, if you like I Hate God, but it's maybe a little more tuned down and nasty. Yeah, I'm looking at their thing on Metal Archives. They put out 4 albums. Only 2 of them are rated, and each one has like a 1-person like rating. It's kind of like one of those bands that if you just kind of been slogging along and just really never caught on. I mean, it's kind of an unassuming album cover. Having seen them back in the day was kind of cool because they were definitely heavy and great to see live. But again, this isn't something that's at the top of my radar when I'm in the mood to listen to stuff like this. In fact, I don't listen to this style very often. I used to a lot more doing a zine back in the day. I was so blasted with so many different things, but this is good. I just figure it was worth a mention because, I mean, when was the last time anybody's talked about Keel Hall on the internet? I don't know.
Actually just got, it was just in the last month that I got a copy of that. That's why I was trying to find it in my little stacks here, but it's really noisy and kind of caustic and ugly. Just the way you like your
a lot of feedback. A lot of feedback swirling around when they stop playing. Yeah, that type of stuff. Alan, do you have more?
Do I have more? He asks. Oh yeah, we got a few more. Let's see.
Well, why don't you do a few more because I've got one more.
Okay, yeah. I'll go through some of these. I can go through kind of quick. We've got from Akron, Ohio, Winter's Bane, Heart of a Killer. This is a little later in time and best known for featuring a young Tim the Ripper Owens
Oh, look
before
at him, all no hat on.
back in the day when he was young and full of dreams, thinking, "Wow, maybe my band someday will get to open for my hero Rob Halford." Sometimes things work out. Sometimes things go your way.
Reach for the stars, Tim Ripper Owens.
So this was Owen's band before, but it's a very good album. Actually, this isn't just some random so-so project that happened to have a member who went on to bigger things. It's a very solid album. It's half of it is a concept album. And the other half are just loose songs, and there's some really good ones. Haunted House, in my opinion, is the standout on it, but Wage of Sin is good. Heart of a Killer is good. They had a good guitarist whose name I'm drawing a blank on right now, and they did record more stuff later after Owens left the band, so it's not like they disappeared from the planet once he was done. But yeah, Winter's Bane, Heart of a Killer, cool album with the historical footnote is neat too. One more quick one, and then I'll throw it back to Marty. For folks that like their metal a little more on the progressive side, you've got Magnitude 9. This band did a few albums in the early part of the century. They relocated later on. I think they re-established themselves in Colorado, maybe. But this is I think it's their third album, Decoding the Soul. Really good vocalists, strong instrumentation. It hits a good balance where it's got, progressive, it's definitely the progressive end of the power metal spectrum, but it's not in the, wanky, just look at us show off for 8 minutes per song style. It still has really good song structures, very memorable choruses and stuff. The guys are obviously talented, but they're not letting the talent trample the song structure, while they rush to show off, how many, notes per second they can play in some kind of weird minor chord tuning that nobody's ever heard of unless they have a degree in higher mathematics. I don't think they've really gone into huge fame and fortune or anything, but always kind of liked them in that particular style. So yeah, if you like progressive power metal, but you don't want it getting too weird, Magnitude 9 is an excellent one to check out. So there's a couple, Marty.
Nice.
Hey.
And then I'll pull a couple more if we need to.
All right. I'm answering. All right, here we go. My last one. I'm late to this band, but I like this. I think this is a demo. Let me check real quick before I stick foot in mouth. Can't spell. Spelling is hard. No, this is
like Hall, by the way. Yeah, so this is good shit.
All right, so this is a tape version of their second album by Integrity, which is more of a hardcore style band. As they went on, they got more and more metalized, which I have heard some of the stuff. It's good. What was the guy's name? Driz, or I can't remember the fucking guy's name. Drid.
Elian, right?
Yep, something like that. I think he has kind of come off as being a little controversial over the years, but I don't know much about that. This is the only Pat from Ground Zero Salem sent this to me. I like the tape. I listened to it quite a few times. I figured a band like this would not be covered probably much on this channel, or on this show. So I figured pull this out. They were from, what area were they from?
I think they're from Cleveland.
Everybody's from Cleveland. Yep, Cleveland, Ohio, early, Belgium later. Apparently, he is an expatriate. So anyway, yeah.
Or the town.
Systems Overload. Good tape, good band. Like I said, they put out an album a couple years ago on Relapse. I believe it was on Relapse. What I listened to, it was pretty good. It was good. Twisted, weird, a lot of metal influence. Oh, here we go. Actually, I got the first 2 CDs today. Coinky Dink.
Huh.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yes. Well, do you have any more for Ohio, Alan, or should we move on to the next state?
I've got a few more. Hey, Chromie. Actually, I got some here that Chromie might dig.
Hey, wait, Chromie. Look at the shirt that Alan's wearing. Alan, you need to model it again.
Absolutely. Chromie, there you go. I'm a little randy tonight.
Lettuce Man strikes back.
He is Rodney Dangerfield of lettuce.
Carnivorous lettuce man.
The finest silkscreen printing south of the border.
Which border? Our border. Happy
A
Canada.
border.
Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, let's
Oh shit! He just said, "Oop!" I'm supposed to.
let's hit a few more Ohio ones here, including a couple that Chromie might like. If Aaron, if you're out there, I got a couple of collectible ones that might pique your interest as well.
Flex. Excited. Flex alert! Flex alert!
Getting there, maybe just a minute. This is a cool album that not many folks mention. Spikes, The Price of Pleasure, with a giant radio promo tracklist sticker taking up, a huge chunk of the cover. Weird looking album. This one definitely leans kind of rock, heavy metal in between. This band is, however, where David Chastain got his start. So if you want to hear an early young David learning his chops, I got you covered right here. It's actually a pretty good, pretty fun album. It fits in that, right in that niche of hard rock, heavy metal quite nicely. The band dates back to the mid 70s. They did several 7-inch singles. I've got some of them. I don't have all the singles. But even the singles from the 70s are pretty good. The first single, I think, dates to 76. That one's a little, very kind of dated sounding. But after that, they started getting, more and more into the, sort of more energetic hard rock and metal end of the spectrum. Great album. If you're a Chastain fan, you probably already know it. If you're not a Chastain fan, don't avoid it because of him. This is, before he got, the CJSS and, the solo band and all that kind of stuff going. This, has a little bit more of, a traditional structure to it. Fans of stuff like early Riot would probably dig the Spike album. Let's see. What else we got here? Got to show this off anytime we talk Ohio. Personal favorite. It's the Manimals, Blood is the Harvest EP. This thing absolutely smokes. It's goofy looking as hell. These guys were huge Misfits fans, apparently incredibly disillusioned when Jerry and Glenn, broke up the band. And so they figured they were going to carry that shit on, but in a more heavy metal leaning direction. It still has, definite punk vibes, but it's a metallic song structure. And they did this weird thing where they each kind of, took on, they did costumes and makeup. They each had, sort of a horror movie persona, with Larry the Wolfman and stuff. Killer songs, though, ripping stuff, very high energy, great catchy stuff. Best picture, though, from the inner sleeve. The dude up here, let's get that up closer. Sorry, it's always a little tricky moving.
Trying to go for like the Misfits meets carnivore look. It looks like
a little bit, but check out these boots now.
Lava boots.
These are giant wolves. This is Larry the Wolf rocking the wolf boots because he's a fucking werewolf. You gonna wear them fucking boots on a stage playing to a crowd in Cleveland or Detroit in the 1980s? You're fucking committing to the role, and mad props to the man for doing so. Because he had some shit thrown at him for them fucking boots, and he don't fucking care because he's a werewolf, motherfuckers. Killer songs. There's a great one on here called White Zombie, based on the old horror movie. The title track, Blood is the Harvest, is an absolute ripper. If there's one problem with Manimals, it's that the songs do sometimes go on a little too long. They could probably have trimmed them down a bit and had a better impact. Interestingly enough, they actually, years later in like the late 90s, got a few songs included on a, wait for it, Best Buy sampler CD. Swear to God, it was like a regional release, I guess. And it's just like, hey, here's a free sampler CD with your purchase of a washing machine of some local bands. And wow. Manimals somehow got featured when they were sort of playing some reunion gigs and stuff.
Awesome.
So you could. I do not have that particular release. There's some lineup changes and stuff by then, but Manimals was around then.
Scott Metal 666 asks, Manimal was a shitty TV movie, right?
It absolutely was a shitty TV movie, but it was a badass kind of punky heavy metal wannabe Misfits band wearing some killer werewolf boots. And to, I guess we're wrapping up our Ohio segment of the show. We'll go with a few 7-inch outings. We have an early one by a band called Scarum. And yes, that's on red vinyl, if you can see it. Scarum did 2 singles. One of them, they spelled it with a U, and at the other one, they spelled it Scarem, but the same band. And after that, they changed their name to Mistreater and released the Hell's Fire album, which is kind of a bit of a cult favorite among Ohio metal fans. Cool singles. You don't see them around too often. You've got an Ohio band called Destroyer. Very kind of new wave of British heavy metal looking picture sleeve. Great songs on here, traditional, Priest Maiden kind of stuff. This one is kind of cool. It's got the insert with it. The insert's actually a pain in the ass to find. The story's always been that years ago, a dealer contacted the band, got a lot of copies from the band, and decided to destroy most of the inserts because he had a copy with the insert. And now he was kind of butthurt that a whole bunch of copies were going to have inserts and his wouldn't be as special anymore. So he sold the record, sold the picture sleeves, but he wouldn't give anybody copies of the insert. He just threw them out to make sure his copy was better than everybody else's copy. If any of you are, planning on becoming vinyl dealers out there, don't do that kind of shit. That ain't cool. We don't need that going on.
That's next level stuff for there.
You've got, if you're so worried that your copy has to be better than other people's, that you have to literally sabotage copies that you yourself are trying to sell, you got issues, man.
Oh yeah, narcissist.
You got to work on that a little bit. And last but not
line to work.
Do us all a favor and go, sell Taylor Swift bootlegs. You'll make more money. We'll be happier not having to deal with you.
I don't think Taylor Swift fans give 2 shits about Taylor Swift bootlegs. They don't even probably know what a bootleg is.
Exactly. Nobody's going to mind. Not a lick. Won't matter at all.
Nope.
And the last one. This is a really cool one by a band called Saber. Sabre. Not Saber. City in Flames. Just obscure Ohio single. This one is a pretty tough one to track down. You see this on a fair number of want lists to this day. Really good songs on it. Quick look at the label. Just something I picked up years ago. Got lucky when somebody had a copy that they wanted to sell really quickly. Like, yeah, okay, shut up and take more of my money. But so yeah, the Cleveland scene, the Ohio scene, was very, very active in the early, mid, and even into the late 80s. You had tons of bands showing up on these compilations. I've been threatening to do a video just on the Cleveland metal scene for a long time now. It's just a lot of stuff to have to dig through in order to sort it all out. The compilations alone can take up, a couple of deep dive videos. So there's lots of neat stuff out there, whether you're looking at, CDs, the bigger stuff from Auburn Records, or, whether you're trying to find a Destroyer single with a insert. There's something out there for everybody to dig into. Lots of great stuff from Ohio. Oh, sorry, I can't. Last Ohio band that was active in my college town, Charlotte's Web, which sounds like a weird name for a metal band until you find out that the lead guitarist, her name was Charlotte Webb Swenson. That was her God-given name. Kind of a thrash metal crossover project from the early 90s. Met her a couple of times in town. Was really cool. Good guitarist. This was their first demo tape. I've never been able to find it online or find a digital copy, so I still have the old tape, which I don't think I even have a cassette player at this point. But I always like to shout them out because they were the only heavy band operating in Northwestern Ohio by the early 1990s. Charlotte's Web, they did another demo. They changed their name to 5 Story Fall, but still operated in the same kind of thrashy crossover vein and did a good job on it. Really good songs. Like them quite a bit.
Where in Ohio did you say you lived?
I was up in the northwest corner, close to Toledo.
Okay.
So, yeah. And Charlotte's Web, we're probably technically working out of Toledo, but some of the members were, in the, greater Toledo area at least. And I think I've culled all the Ohio ones out of the stack. So, which state are we going to do next, fellas?
Let's go to Michigan.
Oh, we're going to Michigan.
Nobody
Michigan.
rocks like Detroit.
Michigan. Yeah, okay.
Brian, can I start with a fun fact?
Please.
I'm just going to be annoying and keep quoting numbers tonight. Michigan, surprisingly, of all the states in the Midwest, Michigan had the third largest presence on the metal archives. I would have guessed they would have been higher up, but Michigan comes in with just barely over 1,000 entries, 1,009.
Wow.
So Ohio left them in the dust with over 660 additional entries. And there's another state also ahead of Michigan. So yeah, Michigan only comes in third in terms of the number of heavy metal bands featured on Metal Archives for whatever the fuck that is worth.
Wow. Did not know that either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So Brian, kick us off with Michigan.
All right.
If you would,
Michigan.
please,
We are going to start with a newer band. I believe they're from Detroit, Temple of Void. I know Marty's favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind them. You sent me that album, actually.
No, that's right. Was it this one? The first
Yep.
one?
You sent me that one. Yep.
Yeah.
They just had a new album come out too in the past month or two, didn't they?
Yeah, just recently. It's getting really good reviews. They've been pretty prolific, production wise. They've got 4 out since this one, and this one came out in
I would be interested to hear their progression, because that album was good.
Yep.
It's just kind of Sabbathy, kind of sludgy, groovy. Doesn't really get out of its own way.
Yep.
It had a really good sound though. Really good, good sound.
Yeah. I think they get more into maybe death metal, death doom, as they've progressed, but they're keeping the flag waving in Michigan.
Yep.
They've gotten very popular. I'm not sure what label they're on right now. It's a pretty notable one. If I remember, I should probably just look it up. Yeah, they've got on some big tours, and their new album. Oh yeah, okay, what is it? Shadow Kingdom, and then their newest one is on Relapse. Okay, yeah, and the new one's getting really good reviews, so you might see it on some year-end lists. So yeah, if you like modern Death Doom, check out Temple of Void.
Yeah. Now, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. They've kind of changed styles a little bit over the past couple albums, haven't they? They've kind of drifted like more towards one end of the spectrum than the other.
Yes, I believe so. I would say they probably getting more kind of just modern death metal and maybe leaving a little bit of doom behind.
Okay.
But still has the doom elements, guttural vocals. Oh, your ladies are back, Marty.
Trying to block them. And then it won't let me. An error occurred. Try refreshing the page. Fuck off. I'll put them in timeout. All right. Alan, Michigan.
Ah, crap. I grabbed the stack for a different stack. Okay. Well, we'll just start with this one. Oldie but a goodie. We'll start with the 7-inch stuff this time. Michigan produced.
Shit, I did not know Dead Engine was even from Michigan. No fucking clue.
Dead Engine is a Michigan band. Yep, they sure are. This is their old 7-inch. Too Bad. With South of Hell on the flip side. Cool band. They did get a full album out later on, of course. Always liked the picture sleeve with the little skulls, guitars driven through it. Kind of cliche in a way, but it also looks good with the logo. Very new wave of British heavy metal kind of looking picture sleeve to it.
I remember back in the day, those guys must have had like a trust fund kit or something, because every magazine I picked up, there was like a do-it-yourself Dead Engine ad in it somewhere, either in like the classifieds or like an actual ad like in the magazine they actually paid for. I'm like, they had hustle. I mean, that band had
really
hustle back in the day.
You're exactly right, Marty. Yeah, there was push for this band. This wasn't just a bunch of local scenesters who never really tried to break out. They definitely tried to generate some hype on a broader scale for themselves. I guess they were marginally successful with that, but decent band. I like the single quite a bit. it's one of the singles, one of those things that used to be very easy to find. You'd see it all the time on eBay for like $10. It was no big deal. And then you turned around one day and, it takes months to find a copy and they're a lot more expensive than they used to be. So it's kind of dried up over time. But if you can still track it down, cool band, worth checking out. Very, traditional heavy metal style. Nothing that broke the mold at all, but they were good at what they did for sure.
And Tim's got a good point here. Old Rockers, Grand Funk Railroad, the Stooges, and MC5 all came out of Michigan. They did. And in fact, Grand Funk Railroad guys, Mark Farner lives up in Petoskey, which is about an hour and a half north of me. Mel Shocker, the rocker, and the other guy live just around this area. One guy lives in Travers, I think. The other guy lives in Williamsburg, which is just outside of my town. They're Michigan boys for sure. Also, Bob Seger. Can't shoot down Bob Seger. His contribution.
Nugent? You got
What?
Nugent in there?
Oh, Nuge. Yeah, the Nuge. And good stuff.
Michigan's always had a good reputation for music at sort of the heavier end, and a lot of the artists too. That again, a little grittier, less polished sound overall, which kind of makes sense. All right, Marty, what you got from Michigan? Hopefully, there's something.
I've got some stuff. I got some stuff. I didn't go super deep, but I can't. We got to start off with Repulsion. I mean, obviously, from Flint, Michigan, they're the grandfathers of grind. To be honest, that listening to this album now, I've said it on here before. They sound like metal grindcore mixed with MC5. They just have that. They just got that punk feel to the music. This band was very influential to the UK scene, as you all know. A lot of like Mick Harris, and I believe Jeff Walker from Carcass put out a version of this on his label back in the day. So this is a Relapse Records version, obviously on cassette, but there was a UK version, I think is the original pressing. I think Jeff Walker put that out. I could be talking out my ass here, but I mean, this is just hard working man metal grind. I mean, it's just completely influential. They did not have a big they're still together. They play festivals. They've been doing a decades long victory lap. It'd be kind of nice to hear some new shit, but is it going to be as good as this? Probably not. It's hard to say. But Repulsion put Michigan on the map big time for extreme metal with Horrified.
And that one was really early, right? It was like 80.
Yeah, let me see if I can look it up and actually get that. Horrified came out in 89, the year I graduated high school. And they had a demo out before that in 1986 called Slaughter of the Innocent.
That must have been what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty early on.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Brian, you're back. Michigan.
Staying in Michigan. Okay, so a few years ago, I was browsing around one of my local stores, and I came across this little gem here. Feast Eternal. Prisons of Flesh.
I don't know if TJ is still in the chat, but this guy is also the singer and guitar player of The Glorious Dead, my band up here.
What a small world.
Small world. Yep. I took the picture on the back there. That was behind, after I was recently divorced, I had to put a house on my parents' property, and they had to dig out this massive chunk of land, and that cliff was right behind my bedroom. So they came over one night, we drank a lot, and they took that picture. I took that picture.
Yeah, I saw you when I was looking at this earlier. I saw you credited here for all photos. Not sure what's going on the cover. I would love to hear that story, but it's really good death metal.
It is
99, independently released, I guess. So I'm not sure how it ended up in a used store. And
that's it. Let's see. What is that? The independently, or is that on Open Grave?
No, it's 1999 Feast Eternal. There's no.
Yeah, they put that out. Yep.
I don't know.
That's an OG press.
Yeah.
Cool.
And it was weird because I don't even know. I must have this place is, you can only see the spines, on the rack. So I saw it and it looked like an interesting title. And then I had to look up archives to see like what it was. So I took a chance. I mean, it was only like $3, but I really like it. It's definitely got, it's Christian death metal, obviously, but
It is.
It's got a lot of groove and chunkiness to it. It sounds like, Midwest death metal to me. Maybe even got some Swedish influences like Unleashed on here. I don't know. I think Christian extreme metal as a whole kind of gets criminally overlooked a lot of times. So I always try to check it out, even though maybe it's not on a major label or anything like this. And this is really good. It's worth checking out if you're into 90s Midwest death metal.
The Christian bands did a lot of shit back in the day, but some of them kind of deserved it because they were kind of rehashing their idols a little bit.
Yeah.
Some bands stood out, and I think Feast Eternal, they did a great job, especially coming from Northern Michigan. They stood out. They're a good band for sure.
Yeah, the vocals on this are really good too.
Oh yeah, TJ's super sick. He's got super sick vocal style. Awesome. Okay, Alan, you're up.
All right. You cannot talk classic Michigan heavy metal without talking about the original heavy metal horror show.
Yep,
that
saw
was
them in Kalamazoo.
Halloween. Yeah, these guys have been around forever, still plugging away as far as I know. This is their first outing back in 1984. Cool logo. They went with the killer psychotic pumpkin mascot thing. Don't meddle with evil. Somebody had to use that title, and use it they did. Fun band. It again kind of falls in that weird territory where it's
upside down, Alan.
Oops, am I upside down? Yep. Thank you. But for some folks, it's a little maybe too clean, a little too not heavy enough. But if you can get past that, it's actually really good. Several cool songs on it. Let's see. If I remember right, one side is a little better than the other. But yeah, you got Scared to Death is a good track. Trick or Treat is very good. Such a What a Nice Place is kind of a good kind of creepy one with the chorus on that. They did other stuff, and I've heard a few of the later ones, but none of them really ever clicked like this. They did have a single that went with this album too that's really hard to find. I don't have the 7-inch, but I've had the album for a long time, and it's just a fun listen.
I saw them live once. They were a lot of fun. They put up the gates, and they had all the props and shit. It was fun. They were good.
That's cool. Have not seen them. But so Manimals, Halloween, bands in that area, they weren't above doing some cool, fun theatrical stuff on stage. Again, if you're only interested in brutal, extreme, hard death grind, insert other words before we get to core, this will not appeal to you. But yeah, if you just want some good heavy metal, straight 1984 style, no thrash, no glam, just good stuff. This first Halloween album is a really good one. And yeah, just to be clear, it is Halloween, not Halloween. So not going there. Not from Germany.
I don't know if they're similar. Todd, I don't know if they're similar to Impaler. I mean, maybe.
Not as over the top as Impaler was. A little more reined in. Impaler, it was a little Impaler. It's been a long time since I heard them. I remember them being a bit more on the thrashy end of things. And Halloween, we're never that heavy.
All right, I'm back. Well,
you are back, sir.
We're going with classic band that no one really ever talks about. These guys are from Detroit. Fatal. These guys were awesome. They were kind of riding the line between thrash and death right when things were starting to cross over. Let me see here what year this. Soul Burns was the big demo favorite here in this was 19 Guts for Dinner was their 88 debut. They only ever put out an EP. They put out 3 demos, an EP, a split, and 2 compilation. Well, this is like a compilation of all their stuff, I think. It's got Soulburn's demo, a somber evocation of nihilism, the Fatal demo, and Guts for Dinner demo. So yeah, there's 17 tracks on here. These guys they're fantastic. You can look up Fatal on YouTube and see some live stuff. They were just really well composed. They wrote good songs. Like I said, they were kind of riding that. They're right on the cusp where thrash was starting to change into death metal. So they had like pretty brutal vocals, but the riffs were leaning towards deathy realms, but very thrashy feeling, a lot of changes, but the songwriting was really, really good. These guys were awesome. Never saw them. These guys actually played the first ever Michigan Death Fest, and I don't know what the hell I was doing when they played, because I missed this. I missed them. I saw Deceased and Sacrifice and Morbid Angel, but I missed Fatal. Great band. Definitely a Michigan classic. It's really too bad. I mean, it's cool that this was put out. Hammerheart Records put this out, a reissue of this out, but it's really too bad this band didn't stick around, because they were quite good.
How many Michigan Death Fests did they do?
She did one in Tennessee, and I don't know. It was this she changed the name to the International Metal Fest. Her name was Sandy. Everybody called her Metal Mom. I was at 1. I was at 4. I went to 3 or 4 of them. Ken, I was just saying, I was at the same show as you, and I somehow don't remember seeing Fatal. I don't know if I got in late because of all the commotion outside. I remember seeing Baphomet. I remember seeing, Deceased, and Lucifer's Hammer played, I think. I remember seeing them, but yeah, I don't remember Fatal. But this great fucking band. Anyway, go ahead. I'm so sorry. It's your turn, Brian.
I only got the 2 for Michigan. I got more for the others, though.
All right, we'll skip you then. Alan, you're back. Michigan. I've got some stuff from Michigan. Not a ton, but some.
All right. Let's see. This one goes out to Ken. Nice to see you in the chat tonight, Ken. This is one he and I have oohed and awed over the years. Salem's Witch, Betrayer.
They're from Michigan?
There, it's a Michigan band. Michigan represent. You are correct, sir.
Right under your nose.
Yep.
Fuck. I never even heard that album. I just, between Alan and Ken showing this thing, I've always been intrigued by the cover. The stupid cover.
It's got some serious Castle Grayskull shit going on there in the cover art. But even beyond that, this has always been one of the sort of really well-known collectible, independently released metal albums from the mid 80s. Collectors have known about this thing forever. Copies do turn up relatively frequently. This is not one of those things that you only see once a decade. You'll see several copies per year on eBay, and it still commands usually a 3-figure price tag, which, considering the number of copies that have shown up, is kind of insane. Usually for this kind of album, after a few dozen copies hit the market, the price will start to drop, because there's only so many people that are willing to pay a lot for these old private pressings. This one, however, has, for literally 20 years now, it's been hard to get it for less than $100. It speaks to the quality of the album. Really strong songs, start to finish. Remind me a little bit of Shock Paris that we talked about earlier. Just, again, lots of those kind of proud, fist in the air, big anthemic songs. Really cool stuff. This is also one of the things that is still dying for a reissue. It's crazy how many smaller, lesser known acts have gotten an anthology or a reissue from High Roller or some other label. Betrayer of Kings has still not gotten any kind of official re-release. I can only assume someone in the band, someone that has the rights, is holding up the show for whatever reason.
Thousands and thousands and millions of dollars.
There's lots of reasons that kind of thing can happen. The band is kind of active. At least some of the members are knocking around doing some reunion gigs and stuff. So some of them are, still on the scene. But yeah, I don't know if it's that somebody's holding out for more money, or maybe the person who actually has the rights to the album just isn't interested in putting it back out. That kind of thing does happen in a lot of cases. Folks move on and forget about it. And even when they're approached later on, there's like, do not want anything to do with this shit. Go away. Leave me alone. So hopefully one day this will get a nice reissue package deal from, someone, No Remorse or Battle Cry or whoever. High Roller would be fine too. But yeah, it's one of the classics. It really, while it's, kind of expensive, if you don't mind paying that much for a record, and I understand a lot of folks aren't, down with that. This is one of those that really is worth the money in terms of the musical quality. Some of those collectible things, they're collectible because they're rare or there's some hype, but the music on them is kind of average. This one really does kick ass. If you want to have just one of those from back in the day, that's kind of, the independent gems, Salem's Witch is as good as it gets. Betrayer of Kings, Michigan represent.
All right. Before I get into the next pick, since Brian showed Feast Eternal, we got their demo.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
They put out one after, right?
What's that?
They put on an album after Prisons of Flesh, right?
Yep. This is Prison of Flesh, the OG press. This is a reissue on Open Grave with a couple bonus tracks. The second album with Fire.
How is that one?
It's good.
Yep.
Kind of a muddier production, but it's good. And their last effort, Forward Through Blood. It's an EP. Super well produced, really great, catchy songs, really good stuff. There's that, and let's go to. Speaking of Deathfest 1, we're going to talk about. I have such a pile of shit here. One of my favorite Southern Michigan bands to this day. Seen them a bunch of times over the years. Lucifer's Hammer, or the Burning Church. I think this is their second demo. Nuclear War Now just put this out on vinyl. They're putting out another demo and some other stuff, I think, but totally well worth your time to get this. It's a really great demo. The production is really fucking heavy. It's a little raw, but heavy. Their debut album, Mist of Time. This album is sadly overlooked. This thing is so draped in atmosphere, dreary, really atmospheric. I mean, it's like doomy black metal. Todd Cushman, I can't remember his last name. He's a son of Metal Mom, who put on all the fests down in Southern Michigan, all the death fests and stuff. And she does Castle Black Productions. I think she does a radio show online now these days. But these guys are fantastic. And also there is they had a follow-up album afterward called Ghost of Fall, which I don't think ever made it out. She tagged on the Hymns of the Moon demo on the end of this as well. But I think this might be coming out on Nuclear War Now as well. I don't know for sure. I haven't really paid that close attention, but Mist of Time, this thing is so fucking good. It's just a lot of Bathory worship, very Viking era Bathory influence with the harsh vocals, Todd's harsh vocals. I've seen him live a bunch. They'd incorporate the keyboards with it to bring that atmosphere, a lot of smoke. Andy, their bass player, I don't know how the guy played. He was always so wasted drunk, but somehow pulled it off. Super great band. They're a Michigan classic, and they played so many shows, and they never really got their due, which is kind of a drag. It's kind of cool that Nuclear War Now is stepping up and putting this stuff out. This demo is so fucking good. Definitely check out the vinyl of it. It's really good. 6 songs. Dethroned Emperor by Celtic Frost cover on there. That's their rehearsal version of it. Awesome stuff. Lucifer's Hammer. I've seen these guys a lot. Brings back a lot of memories listening to this stuff for sure. Good band. Good band. Brian's done. Alan, you're back.
Okay. Sticking to the vinyl stack for Michigan here. This one's always had kind of a good little cult following in the underground. Medieval with their Medieval Kills full-length album.
They were in fucking Michigan too.
Michigan represent. Absolutely. Yeah, they did an EP as well. This is the full-length album on New Renaissance. This is a really cool band. They had a kind of unique sound back in the day. Kind of an over-the-top vocal approach, real crunchy sound in the guitars. There's a punky vibe mixed into all of it too. So very hard to describe. Not a lot of bands to easily compare them to, but yeah, just catchy, heavy. Kind of a just really really kind of vocal approach to it, but not death. It's not death or grind or anything at all. Just going towards maybe the more extreme of some kind of punky power thrash combination, but it does work. While it may sound really weird, it works quite well. Always kind of dug this one. I found this in just going through a little record store in Texas. It was one of those places that just had all kinds of junk, and kind of looking at the vinyl racks half-heartedly, and saw this sitting at the end of one of the rows, and just like, oh, perhaps I need to look a little deeper here. Like 4.5 hours later, I leave the store with like 60 records of this kind of material.
Oh, those are fun. Those are fun digs when that happens. It sucks financially, but man, is that like you have like a boner the whole time you're digging? I want this. I want this. I want this.
Oh God!
You perch the records on your boner.
I just stood there in a puddle of my own juices for for 4 hours straight. And in terms of financially, I left with about 56 records for $50. They gave them to me for about $1 a piece.
Wow.
It was mid 90s when vinyl,
no one wanted records.
You could tell just from the dust on the vinyl shelves, nobody had even touched those racks in months, if not
those
longer.
days have fucking sailed.
Yeah, they have. But yeah, this was just one of many cool things I pulled out of that store. If you want a real heavy, dirty, kind of raw sounding thing that still has a lot of hooks to it, a lot of character, Medieval. The album is Medieval Kills. The band is just called Medieval. Really cool little band. Very unique. All right, Marty, you got some more Michigan, I assume?
Yeah, I've talked about this band before. I couldn't find their new album. It's either in the pile out there or in my truck. I don't remember where I put it, but I've got their debut here. Our band, The Glorious Dead, opened for these guys in Jackson one day. They're Throne. This is their Altar of the Dying. Oops, I guess I should probably shuffle this around. Altar of the Dying debut. They just put out a new full length last year on Redefining Darkness Records. These guys are awesome. They're awesome. I mean, you listen to them. They play a lot of shows downstate, and they are tight as shit, and they're really good. Their sound is really dialed in. They've got a blast furnace for a drummer. A lot of Morbid Angel on this stuff. A lot of older Morbid Angel. Really fast, melodic, kind of twisted sounding, super fast death metal with his Nate, is that his name? Nathan? I can't remember the guy's name. But his vocals are very much the higher pitched, searing, kind of black metal influenced vocals. These guys are great. Really good. If Throne is coming around through your town, go see them. They're really, really on fire. Good band.
Are they
Michigan? What's that?
Those CDs?
This one I got off their Bandcamp page. It was self-released, but their new album is on Redefining Darkness.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're great.
Okay, Alan, you're back.
All right, I think I got one Michigan one left. So after that, it's yours, Marty. This is another just kind of random one that's been in collector's circles for a long time. But it's a pretty cool album. It's Joe Stepp, he was the guitarist in the band. The album's called Sacrifice. Got this weird.
You've shown this before.
I have. Yep. Some folks, longtime viewers, will recognize this weird scene from a snuff film for cover art on it. It's another one that falls in that kind of rock metal hybrid style. It is not the heaviest thing on earth. It's obviously meant to sort of be a vehicle to help show off some guitar heroics from Joe Stepp there, but it's got some cool songs on it at the same time. This is one that was a real unknown for a long time. I think I'm trying to remember. It's one that showed up, I think, at the Austin Record Show, which is a big deal for record collectors. It happens every year. And those first few copies that came out of the woodwork were selling for north of $500 a piece. Folks, heard it, lost their minds. Anybody that was into that, heavier independent stuff, really just, lost their shit over this album. Eventually the band was contacted. A few copies, were released into the wilds through different dealers and stuff. So it's gotten a little easier to find over time. It's still a little pricey, but pretty cool album. It's not my favorite independent release. Some of the songs don't quite come together. They could have probably used a little more time to develop the songwriting chops. One of the funny things with this band too is that they actually did release a single around this time, but the band were never told that a single was released. When the band was tracked down, and got copies of the album, they had no clue about a single ever having existed. The record label put out a single and never gave the band any notification of it at all. The single has different versions of 2 tracks from the album, so there must have been different takes or something from a different tape. The single, only a couple of copies of the single have ever surfaced. It's a very hard one to track down because nobody really even knew it existed until maybe, again, I'm sure someone out there did, but it didn't really come up even on the really deep end of the collector's radar until maybe about 10 years ago when a copy surfaced on eBay. And since then, there's been 1 or 2 others I've seen listed, but the album turns up from time to time. The single is really hard to find. But hey, you can check it out on the internets for absolutely free. So you don't have to pay crazy vinyl prices. I'm a sick little monkey. Everybody knows that by now. Don't do what Alan did. Go listen to it for free. Check it out. Enjoy it. There are some cool tracks on here. Love is the one that I like the best. It's got a really great guitar hook to it. And again, the cover art alone is enough to just kind of make you think. I was checking to see if it said where the cover art was from, but there is no credit given on the back cover for it. And I doubt it's on the inside sleeve. If it is, I can't tell because it's a sealed copy. I've never taken it out of the cellophane.
Oh, you are a sick little monkey.
That is, you guys, that if you leave them in the shrink too long like that, the record will warp. Just so you know.
Yep.
You gotta bust it open.
Just saying.
One day I will. I mean, I've got a really good rip of the vinyl from somebody else, is why I've never opened it up. So I have heard it. I know what it sounds like. But
oh, look at this. Aaron says it's like his #1 grail. I could see I'll be
dogged. I didn't know that, Aaron.
Mel, you're gonna get a new car soon.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That or a tank of gas, whichever one.
Yeah, true. True that. Yeah. All right. Let's
take us home from on the Michigan end of the tour here.
Okay, well, I'm going to hit friends up here in our own little small community, metal community here of Traverse City, Michigan. There's not a whole lot of bands, but the people that are doing stuff are busy. And our friend Noah, who's sometimes in the chat here, Noah Payne, remember him in the chat? He is quite a prolific little monkey, and he was in the band Undercroft. He also does the band Oralisk. He's also in the band Draughter. This is Brave Draughter Day. Hey, thanks, Simon. Appreciate that. Towards this Take the Damn Shrink Wrap Off fund. Listen to the damn record. I agree. I should donate some to him too for that. This is a
scum. That would reduce the resale value by like 1.3%.
No one's going to buy a Warped record.
No one's going to buy my record because it's not for sale.
True. This Draughter album is kind of, it's death metal. The Draughter is kind of I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Oralisk, super cult, one-man black metal. The shit is really quite good. And as he's going on and on, he's getting better and better and better. I think this is the second demo. This could be the first. I've got a pile of stuff here I need to put up on the distro. I have not done, and I suck. Draughter is his more death metal minded project. It's with him and Ken. Ken is in the band Pan, who I'm going to get to here in a second. Brave Draughter Day. This is a tribute to Catatonia. They basically redid the song Brave off of the Brave Murder Day EP, and I played the guitar harmonies on that song on this album. And they also do a Catatonia cover of Day, and they also do an original song called Drowned, which is in the vein of Catatonia during this era. So very, very, very good stuff. You look Draughter up on Bandcamp, good shit. And he also is with a couple other friends from Undercroft and some other guys here in the scene. They do another black metal project called Lanzerath. Rath, not W, but Rath. This is their latest album. And this is another project. It started out as kind of a drunken thing where they just get completely smashed and just kind of like improving stuff. But this album they've gotten way better. They've come along. They're actually not drinking as much and actually producing songs with structure and worth to them. I've even heard new shit that's even way better. They're getting better and better. So Lanzerath, Draughter, and Oralisk. All checked out all those bands out on the Man Camp. And also, my last one for Michigan, I couldn't do it without mentioning Pan. Pan is a band. They started up in the Petoskey area, but the main guy from Pan moved down here to Traverse City area. He's a nurse. He's also the bass player to the Glorious Dead, which is my band. I'm not going to sit here and show my record because that's like sniffing your own farts and saying they smell great. But Pan is they kind of started off a little deathy, stonery, like a stoner rock thing. Advent, Driftwoods. This is all very Northern Michigan minded metal. Very much so. A lot of themes and stuff kind of relate to Northern Michigan. These are good albums. The first time I heard them, I was kind of blown away. Wow, there's a band like this up here. It's kind of like spotting a unicorn or capturing a Sasquatch. Traverse City it's starting to get a metal scene, but it's been a slow burn for many decades. It wasn't until their third album came out, The Boreal Coast. This thing is really good record. If you're into Opeth, I'm not saying this is an Opeth clone, but they kind of embrace that kind of wheelhouse, the older Opeth, where there's a little bit of clean vocals, but it's mostly, heavier, dark vocals, really expansive atmospheric metal. There's an Opeth sheen to it. I'm not going to lie, not prog Opeth, but more just, the like My Arms Your Hearse type stuff, that era. They just recorded their fourth album. He just got the lyrics. He just got the vocals on it. You have a few things to finish up. That'll be coming out. Yeah, this is a great record. The Boreal Coast. I've got copies of this in the shop. If y'all want to come get a copy,
all right.
Really good. Hey, Naked.
I just blocked.
Sounds really interesting.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I tried blocking it, so hopefully that'll work.
God, it's so annoying. God, what do you think these people are gonna be like? Oh, I'm gonna stop watching this and go check out Cheap Sex. Oh, wait a minute, I have viruses. I don't get it.
We love you long time.
Love you long time. So there's a million. Michigan's there's like Alan said, there's a shit ton of bands. I could have went on and on and on. I chose to stick with some Friends stuff and some other shit from back in the day to show. And Michigan, check out the Glorious Dead. Won't kill you. Maybe it will. All right, you're up. Let's go to Indiana.
That's
all right.
I'm ready for Indiana.
For those keeping score at home, which is probably only me, Indiana clocks in with only 627 entries.
Underachievers. Just saying.
Something to point out just for our viewers who are not in the United States or Canada. The Midwest is a weird area because you have some huge metropolitan areas around Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, and such. But some of these other states are very much kind of the agricultural center of the country. So, yeah, by the time you get over into a lot of Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, these are very rural states overall. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture business goes on there. So you're going to see that, some of these states have a pretty small metal scene. It's just that, they have a smaller overall population, and there's very few large cities where there was ever a chance for a heavy metal scene to coalesce and for bands to come together. And Indiana I thought might be a little higher than that, but they're coming in at only 627. So as Marty said, folks around Indianapolis, come on, guys! You are you really going to let Minnesota beat you in the Metal Archives competition?
They do easily.
Well, and it's a little closer than you might think, but we'll get to that later.
Chromie has said, "Can't wait for the Gary, Indiana scene." You want to know who came out of Gary, Indiana? The Jacksons.
There you go.
Jackson 5 came out of Gary, Indiana.
One of the biggest.
Yep, one of
I
the
will-
biggest ever.
I will say the current Indianapolis, Indiana scene is pretty good. They have a nice metal themed venue there, or at least a venue that gets a lot of shows called Black Circle Brewing Company. I think it's what it's called. They also have a Kuma's Corner location. If you've ever heard of that, it's the metal.
Yeah,
themed burger place.
the burger place with the
Yeah.
metal theme. Yeah,
Yeah,
in Chicago.
yeah, so they put one in Indianapolis. I went there on like a short weekend or a long weekend a couple years ago and stayed at a little boutique hotel right down the street from the Kuma's Corner. So I got to check that place out and check out the kind of local record store. So currently it's got a pretty good metal scene, at least early. A lot of shows come through there. But the one I picked was Wraith from Northwest Indiana. This is a kind of in this kind of new wave of black and speed metal that's going on right now. There's a lot of bands kind of doing this style, combines elements of like Motorhead and Venom with like Kill 'Em All, era Metallica, a little thrashy, a little punky, a lot of chugginess, blistering solos, raspy vocals. Another point of reference might be Toxic Holocaust. This is their most recent album from last year, 2021. It's called Undo the Chains, on Redefining Darkness. This is their third full length, I believe. 2019, they put out one called Absolute Power. That's really good as well. They seem to be getting a lot of shows booked in the Midwest and Chicagoland area, Indiana, Indianapolis, Ohio area. I shouldn't be too long before they jump on a big tour as support. I was actually going to be seeing these guys tomorrow night. But it appears that one of them got COVID, so they're not participating in the show. I was really bummed. They announced that like a few hours ago. I've listened to this all week. I was really excited to see them for the first time. But Wraith, if you like Toxic Holocaust, Bewitcher, Vulture, any of that kind of stuff, you'll dig Wraith, and they're a pretty young and hungry band. They survived. They survived COVID, so they're still kicking around.
Yeah, that's a good pick, Brian. They're a good band in that sort of black thrash speed style that's been pretty popular in recent years. Demiser's another band in that style that's been getting some attention lately. Yeah, I got that album not long ago. It was a little bit of a pain to get a copy. It wasn't as easy to find a distro with it as I thought it might be.
Which one, Demiser?
No, the Wrath.
Wraith? Yeah.
Wraith. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Redefining Darkness. You know what? Another. If you go to their Bandcamp, they have some of their second album, Absolute Power, that's pretty cheap.
Okay.
If you want a CD, but yep, that's one of mine from Northwest Indiana, not Indianapolis.
All right, Alan.
All right, Rick is setting me up in the chat, and yep, he knows what's on the top of my stack. Absolutely, the Gates of Slumber.
Excellent.
Excellent traditional doom metal style band. They're doing the Saint Vitus and Black Sabbath kind of thing all mixed together. They did several albums. The first two were good, but they were kind of finding their feet. The third album is where they really started to gel, and the songs got more consistently strong. This is album number 4 when they made it onto Metal Blade albums, Hymns of Blood and Thunder, which is a pretty damn good title for an album. They're operating very much in that kind of doomy metal with a bit of an epic vibe, as you can get from the cover art and song titles. Big Conan fans, lots of tracks based on either Lovecraft songs or Howard's writings, lots of that fantasy element involved, but very well done. I actually got to see these guys live about a decade ago. They were really tight. It was on this, I don't think this album had come out just yet, but they were playing songs from it, starting to promote it. And yeah, they absolutely crushed that night. I got to chat with them just briefly afterwards. Really nice guys. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they had members passed away, so the band kind of fell apart. I think they are trying to get something back up and running again. I'm not sure what the status is on that. Haven't followed up on it. But yeah, especially albums 3 and 4, Conqueror and Hymns of Blood and Thunder, both sort of modern day American doom metal classics for sure. And the other albums in their catalog certainly are not bad. I think these two just are when they kind of hit their stride. So yeah, and playing epic doom metal out there in Indiana, more power to them. Absolutely. So Marty, what have you got from the great state of Indiana?
I don't have much. I only had 2 bands, but I feel so stupid for showing this band. It's so stupid. I don't even
agree. So yeah, we're not going to be staying in Indiana long. I don't think.
I don't know. I don't know if this band is still in Indiana, and I know half of the band is in Australia. So we're talking about Black Funeral.
Oh wow,
Lord Von Abaddon and his back in the day, Full Moon Productions. It was a very influential label for me back in the day of getting into black metal. And this was right up my alley back then. That's their debut, I believe. This is the Vampire Throne of the Beast reissue. I don't have an OG of this. This came out on Drakkar. We got Empire of Blood, another Full Moon Productions pressing. And then he just kept going on all by himself. It was always kind of a mystery who his backup band was. He'd employ people and just kind of throw shit together, slow the tape down and scream over the top of it, or speed the tape up. I don't know. Some of the shit's really cool, twisted, really cult black metal. Some of it's just kind of crap. I don't know. I did check out Asgore from Drowning the Light entered the project, and he's been putting out stuff with him, with Asgorth or whatever the hell the guy's name is, writing all the music, and Baron Von Abaddon singing over his stuff. So it sounds like basically Drowning the Light with another guy singing on it. I don't know. It's interesting that a band like this came from Indiana, I guess, is what I'm trying to get around saying. During the whole, U.S., people always kind of look down at U.S. black metal. Sometimes it was warranted, other times it wasn't. But yeah, Scott likes them. Black Funeral is great. Not all of it, but some of it is very good. I mean, he hit pay dirt once in a while. Yeah, it is. The early shit's really good. I mean, some of these middle era ones are not so much. It's just kind of whatever. I started really burn out on that bedroom black metal type of feel, but yeah, it's just weird. I don't know that if he, really puts the US on the map when the neighbors like Judas Iscariot were really kind of blowing up, doing the whole Norse core style, but I don't know. Anyway, I got dog slobber all over my shoulder. That's so great. Anyway, you're up. Brian, you're back.
It's not even noticeable. Don't worry about it.
I don't care. I'm not out to impress anyone. That ship has sailed and sank.
I'm going to piggyback off Alan's Gates of Slumber and go with Wretch.
Good deal.
Which
Folks
was
talking about it in the chat.
Yeah, kind of the spin-off. Wretch was the name of the last Gates of Slumber album, 2011. So in 2016, I know Carl Simon put this together. It's doom metal, but it's more, Gates of Slumber would be more in that kind of epic category. This one, to me, sounds a little more like St. Vitus and Sabbath and, Pentagram and Cathedral. Definitely has more like stoner vibes here and there. It's definitely shorter. I think that all these tracks are like 3 or 4 minutes, whereas opposed to the grandiose nature of Gates of Slumber. So this is Carl Simon's got a really kick-ass voice and a great skullet too. Let's not forget about the man's skullet. It's great.
Oh, if I unveiled the skullet, there would not be a dry panty on the internet. I'm just saying.
Should look like the puddle underneath Alan when he's digging for $1 records.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wretch. They only did this, and I think they did maybe an EP or a demo. But it's been 2016 was when this came out. So hopefully do something else, or he forms another band because he's got riffs to get out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool stuff. Wretch, self-titled. This is on Bad Omen Records. Indianapolis.
You'd be a changed man, Simon. You'd be changed.
Skeletons, yeah.
Yeah. Alan.
All right.
He's going to show the Jackson's Victory album right now. Here it comes, everybody. You found it for $1 next to Medieval.
Really not. If I found that for $1 next to Medieval, it would still be on that vinyl rack. I'm not really a Jackson's kind of guy.
Nah, me either.
But I am a Dracon kind of guy. If anybody has heard of this, add 5 points to your True Metal Street Cred score.
Nope.
They released this one EP about 10 years ago. It's called Prelude to Tragedy, not the most original title. They are operating again in a little bit more of that progressive end of the power metal spectrum, somewhere kind of between Camelot and Fate's Warning, in that general area. Really good songs on here. Made a good impression for just a private first EP kind of deal. Showed a lot of promise, but then the band fell apart. They never really went anywhere else, which was a shame. The only reason I even know about the band is, amazingly, they played a festival in Georgia back around 2012, so about a decade ago. Why they came all the way from Indiana to Georgia to play a small festival that might have had, oh boy, if they had 200 people there, I'd be surprised. I'm not even sure they had 100 people there. But oddly enough, they weren't the only Indiana band present. So maybe they carpooled. I don't know. But you had a couple of Midwest bands come down for this small gig outside of Atlanta. Did a good set. My wife talked to them after. I think, if I remember right, she got this autographed inside by a couple of the guys. They were super nice. You could tell they were just absolutely delighted that, because we saw them outside the venue when we kind of ducked out to grab supper, and they were eating like a booth or two over. So if my wife likes a band and she sees them, she is going to go ask for an autograph. She is not shy about this. So you could tell they were absolutely delighted that somebody, had watched the set and now was coming over and just like, you guys are so good. Will you sign this for me, please?
And it wasn't a sweaty dude.
and yes, it wasn't, a sweaty 300-pound, dude wearing a leather wolf shirt that, hadn't fit him.
Or Randy, a fucking Randy shirt with armpit stains in it.
Hey man, vegetarian diet, for a carnivorous lettuce, you don't sweat the pits, man. You don't sweat the pits.
You gotta have that dry cleaned. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's actually never leaving my body again. It's just going to fully graft to my skin.
Frank asks a valid question. Which Fate's Warning? You mentioned it was a cross between Fate's Warning and Camelot.
Oh, that is a good point, Faith. More like late 90s Fate's Warning, Inside Out, Pleasant Shaded Gray, that era Fate's Warning. So operating again in that progressive end of the power metal spectrum. But so cool one-off EP by a band from Indiana that had some talent. It's a shame they couldn't catch a break and go on to bigger and better things. But they'll always have memories of my wife, bouncing up and down next to their booth, at the Arby's or whatever it was, asking for an autograph after they played to a dozen or so people.
Way to go, Mel. Get those autographs. Get that ink.
She made the whole trip from Indiana worthwhile for them.
Awesome.
If she had only bought another $400 worth of merchandise, they would have broke even.
Fuck off.
I'll take care of those, Marty, while you go on to your
I got
your next Indiana entry.
Well, this is my last Indiana entry, and granted, as Brian, we talked about them in the chat a little bit before. This band started out in Florida and ended up in Indiana, of course, Iced Earth. really, Midwestern, this band, they're great, man. They put out some great fucking records. They just have, and this is one of them. I love this record. Love the one before it. I love the one after it. You know, there's some that get a little tired over the time, and you know, John's dalliances into modern politics have kind of cast a shadow on this band, but there's no denying the riffs. The guy has got an amazing songwriting skill. He's amazing rhythm guitar player. You know, Matt Barlow, he had a little bit of a Paul Stanley flair on this record, a little bit, but I love the machismo machismo thing going on. It's so good. Barlow rules. I like the original singer. I like Ripper Owens. I even liked the guy after, I can't remember his fucking name. He came from Into Eternity. I can't remember his name. I mean, I've liked pretty much all their records. There's been some I like more than others, but Indiana represent good stuff. Iced Earth were great. Awesome. Demons and Wizards. Also check out all three Demons. The first one is the best, hands down the best. Hansi Kirsch on vocals from Blind Guardian. The first album is amazing. The second album's okay. Third album is long, but it's a grower. But when it hits, it's really good. There's real emotional shit on there. Good stuff.
I'm not a huge Iced Earth fan, but I do have that one. Something Wicked This Way Comes. And
good album.
That opener, Burning Times.
Yesterday's gone forever.
That's great.
Sound just like him. I know. Everybody, calm down, everybody.
You gotta do the high parts.
Yeah. Who's next? Brian's next.
It's me.
Got anything else? What else you got from Indiana, Brian?
Last from Indiana. A new one that I've
Stu Block. That's it. Thanks, Alex.
Oh yeah. From Fort Wayne, Indiana, Fog. These guys.
Typhus from Dark Horizon Records, and also
this is another one I saw in an ad, but it recently got reissued by Dark Horizon, and
I saw those guys at Milwaukee Metal Fest. They were good.
I think you were the one that told me that he was the guy that ran that record label.
Yep.
So yeah, really good, like guitar driven, cosmic black metal, atmospheric. Yep. Not a lot of keyboards on here. It's mostly, just the tremolo melodic guitar playing. But also has some kind of like acoustic stuff going on. This just got reissued, I think, in 2021. And he's still has some of these CDs available, and it also comes with the 7-inch that they released, which was called From Within the Darkness Beyond Eternity. So this album's called Through the Eyes of Night, Winged They Come.
Yep.
So I would say it's symphonic, but there's not a whole lot of that kind of cheesy keyboard stuff going on.
It's got a bit of a Scandinavian vibe to it, not Norwegian, maybe a little more Swedish.
Yeah.
Some Mardukisms in there once in a while. He also went on to do a project called Typhus, Symphony Typhus.
Okay.
It's more traditional, straight up black metal, a little more cult. Has Jeff on drums, who was in the band Harvest, which also featured Aaron from Nechachwin for a hot minute, doing some banjo and solo stuff on that. But yeah,
that sounds cool.
Yeah,
I like this one. I'm not black metal is not my kind of go-to, but sometimes there'll be black metal albums that I'll just come across and really get into. And this was one of them. 2001, I think, was when this was originally released. So yeah, that sounds interesting. Check it out. Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Right on.
Good call. I hadn't thought of those guys in a long time.
Yep. Saw them once. They were good live. Milwaukee Metal Fest, which, if everybody has not heard the news, Jamie Jasta from Hatebreed has bought the name and the property from Jack Koshik.
Yeah. Koshik.
And hopefully Jamie will treat the bands and the actual event better than Jack Koshik ever did. And actually,
it'd be hard pressed to treat them worse.
Yeah, I remember the November to Dismember in I was sent out there by Metal Maniacs to cover it, and the main area was separated. There were two stages right next to each other, separated by a giant curtain. Do you remember the curtains in music classes, like the accordion type curtain that they would separate the rooms up? It was one of those, but thinner. And I remember Deceased going on at the same time as Virgin Steel, playing at the exact same time in the same room. Deceased room is filled with people going crazy. I walked around the other side to cover Virgin Steel, 6 people watching them, and all they could hear was Deceased coming through the curtain. It was absolute. Who the fuck treats bands like that, and why would bands put up with that bullshit? It sucks.
Yeah.
So hopefully Jamie Jast is going to run with the property and the brand and actually bring it back, an awesome killer fest to Milwaukee that I can go to again.
Yeah.
And not have to drive for 50 million hours to get there. Anyway, Alan, you're up.
Interesting development.
Yep.
All right. Last one from Indiana. Going back to the 7-inch stack for an obscure one. Out of Indianapolis, we have Night Child with a bat, admiral attempt there on the
happy
artwork.
bat. It's a happy bat.
Happy bat. You've got the songs Remember the Faithful and Hero. Lyrics so that you can sing along as you replay the single hundreds and hundreds of times while listening to it on the radio as they rocketed to stardom, except of course they never did much anything else, but still it's a fun little single. Came on red vinyl, oddly enough, and they even got the bat on the center labels there, so kudos to them for not just doing a generic sleeve. It's very straightforward heavy metal. The vocalist is a bit on the shrill side, so a little high. I don't mind it, but for some folks, it starts to have that fingernails on chalkboard effect, I think. Just another one of these, obscure singles. And yeah, there's tons of this stuff, out there. So even in places like Indiana, there were bands operating that don't always make it into Metal Archives. Certainly never made it, to a full album. May have only done a couple of demos or some kind of like local radio station compilation or a random single that you can dig out of the old dusty bins from time to time. But it is a cool single. I like the picture sleeve. I'm a sucker for colored vinyl. And it is 2 solid heavy metal offerings. It's not just an AOR band or something with a metal logo. So Night Child, you've waited a long time, but here's your 5 minutes of fame. Enjoy. And that is all I've got for Indiana tonight. I'll give a quick mention to the band Lauren Guard, who were sort of an epic power metal band. They did a very, very ambitious concept album a decade or so ago. They were kind of a Dungeons and Dragons kind of band. They wore homemade costumes with cloaks and, leather bracers and stuff. Not bad musical chops, but it very much, you knew as soon as they were done playing, they were going to be hanging out around like the 4th edition D&D manual backstage, worrying about their charisma roll or something. But they were kind of fun. I got to see them live once, and they were a good power metal band, which isn't something you typically get out of the Midwest. So yep, Lauren Guard. I don't have your CD anymore because it skipped like a motherfucker when I bought it from you, so I got rid of it. But shout out to Lauren Guard as well. All right, Marty.
Nope, I have nothing. It's back to Brian. He can take us home. He can take us home in Indiana.
No, I'm done with Indiana.
That's it.
Okay.
God.
We're in Illinois.
Okay, we're gonna go. Okay, I have. What's the numbers on that one, Alan? Is that number 2?
Illinois is the most prolific Midwest state on Metal Archives with 1,733 band entries. So I wasn't surprised they were pretty high up. I was surprised they were higher than both Ohio and Michigan, though. So Illinois coming strong out of the Midwest. Obviously, some big population centers there with Chicago and all the other ones, Joliet and such. So yeah, let's all see what we've got from the great state of Illinois.
Yeah. So Marty will. He often talks fondly of Camelot Records, and I have kind of a
Camelot music,
similar affinity to that one in particular. That one was in my mall along with Musicland. Down the road, I had a Best Buy that had a ton of CDs, and then there's also a Sam Goody in a strip mall that I would go to.
Goody
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. Their prices were always a little higher, so it was usually my last stop. If I didn't find anything at the other three, I'd go to Sam Goody. Anyway, I was in there one day and I was kind of going between Autopsy, Severed Survival, and Broken Hopes, Repulsive Conception.
You chose unwisely.
This actually became one of my favorite bands, because at the time it was my death metal world centered around Florida and New York. So, Cannibal Corpse and Deicide and Obituary and Suffocation and Malevolent Creation. Anyway. And when I saw this on the back cover, like, these dudes are out in the snow. Holy crap. This guy's got a Morbid Angel shirt on,
But look how much snow. There's what, 3 inches? That's like complete rib snow. That's not fucking snow.
It's October, so it hasn't had full winter. Anyway.
Sissies.
Yeah, so I got into this one right away. This is 1995. These guys were on Metal Blade. From Chicago area, Gurnee to be exact. Yeah, they were really popular back in this time. I probably like this one the best, Bowels of Repugnance. But I always have fond memories just because this was the first one I got. Repulsive Conception, their third. This is probably their pinnacle. I don't know. They kind of went a little bit downhill from here.
Right on, Glenn. I was going to pull Ministry, but I didn't know if Alan would throw shade at me or not.
Well, these guys they had grinding parts, but then they also had, the slower, doomy, kind of chunky guitar riffs. And then they would also throw in these like acoustic interludes they're really melodic, just kind of mix things up. Vocalist Joe Tachek, he had one of the most guttural vocals in the genre. Still one of my favorites as far as how deep he could get. They kind of fizzled out. Joe left the band, and then he would later commit suicide. The drummer was getting a bunch of money for merchandise, and then he wasn't sending it out, so he got kicked out of the band. They broke up. Yeah, and then Peter Brickley, he that's a good point. Jeremy Wagner actually bought all of Jeff Hanneman's guitars, and I think he might have played them on one of the albums that. After they reformed with a new vocalist, and are going strong now. Still pretty good. So they've always been one of my favorite Illinois death metal bands for sure. And so thank you for that. Yeah, there we go. That's it.
And if King was here, he would tell us a story on how he broke Jeremy Wagner's nose. Anyway.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they got in a fight. Anyway, Alan, you're up.
All right. Well, no surprise that the Chicago metal scene also has several compilations from back in the day that were put out by small local labels to, help kind of spread the heavy metal gospel about up-and-coming acts. Pulled one example of those. This is Chicago Class of 85. This series was released on the Silver Fin label, which was, pretty important for the local metal scene around Chicago in the 80s. Some other bands, some of these bands did get releases put on Silver Fin of their own. A couple of ones that stand out on here. You have a band called Hammer On, which has ties. Some of the members had ties to Ministry. So that album's always been kind of collectible.
Who?
Oh shit. I'm drawing a blank on that.
That's fine. You don't need. It's cool. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll check in a second. And follow up on it. I always forget who it is, but yeah, there's a Ministry tie. So that and Hammer On did a album So it's always been a really collectible one because it appeals to both heavy metal collectors and also to Ministry fans. So
William Riflin.
Someone's got it covered.
Aaron said the drummer. It was
Okay.
William Riflin, Bill Riflin, who's
Thanks,
dead now.
Aaron.
Rest in peace.
Yep. Another one that's featured on here worth pointing out is
was it Martin Atkins? I'm curious. Anyway, it's probably Bill Riflin. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorted. But Paradox is also one that's a bit notorious in heavy metal mythology and legend. They did a 12-inch EP, which I believe was also a Silverfin release.
Oh, there it is.
These days, yep, it's the original 12-inch vinyl for that is now known as one of the most expensive private press metal items from that era. It's sold for several $1,000s on a few occasions.
Wow.
Musically, it's okay. I don't think enough money myself, but I'm not sure anything is. But some bands that are definitely very collectible and well known in collecting circles that came out. Silverfin did a few more volumes of this. There's also Class of 86 and I think 87 as well. There's other series of Chicago area compilations also. So it's a good way to get a nice, broad sampling of some of the bands that were active on the scene then. So yeah, don't overlook your compilation albums when you're looking into these different scenes. And Chicago definitely had a pretty active metal scene back then. So I'll start with that and then I'll pass it on over to Marty.
I decided to go pretty weird and obscure for this one. This band I saw a couple times live, once. I don't remember exactly, but they were a black metal leaning band in Chicago, and I thought they had a really great European feel to them. They're actually kind of doing some good stuff. And the band was called Ember. This is within the realm of the Snow Queen demo. They also did Chapter 2, The Gate demo. And then they released both of them on an anthology CD before breaking up. This is Concession. And there's also a Naked Ray Gun cover on here, along with which is another Chicago band. And Misfits, they did Earth AD covers on here. So this is like their entire, just got all the shit they did, these two demos and some other stuff on this here. They were a little goofy live. They didn't really, you listen to these albums or these demos and it sounds really serious black metal. Very European, a little bit of Scandinavian mixed in, dark, really good stuff. And then you see them live and they were just kind of like dorky folks. Like they weren't really taking it that seriously. Which kind of detracted from the mystique of it, but still great. These demos are really good. They're a good band. This is all they ever released, these three things right here, and they're lost to obscurity at this point. So check out Ember. Concession will get you everything they ever did. Good stuff. I always liked them.
Nice. And Marty, it was Jeff Ward. He worked with Ministry and also 9 Inch Nails.
Jeff Ward. Okay, I don't know that guy. Okay.
Jeff Ward. I don't know how long he was in those drums. He was a drummer, but I don't know how long he was in any of those particular bands, and may have played just live sessions with some of them.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a big, especially early Ministry fan, and I saw them once on the Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste tour in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It was probably one of the best shows I've ever seen, and it crushed my hearing. Absolutely devastating. My hearing has never been the same since that. It was absolutely stupid how loud it was. Anyway,
Jeff played drums for Ministry in '88, but is not on any of their recordings. And he played drums with 9 Inch Nails in '91, but again, not featured on any of their recordings.
It did, Rick. It's in a slim case. Yeah, it's good stuff. Good band. All right, you're back, Brian.
All right, next I pulled actually a side project of Broken Hope. It's M Symphonia. Yeah. You remember that one?
I remember getting that as a promo and gave it away because I hated it.
Well, I actually like this one. Yeah, Brian Griffin was he was involved with, he was their guitar player and did a lot of the production. I think he actually worked as a sound engineer, kind of, in addition to the band. Anyway, this is more like atmospheric, symphonic, death doom. If you think Paradise Lost and My Dang Bride, maybe even Lacuna Coil, because it has he does a death growl, and then there's also some clean vocals. A lot of keyboards, a lot of violin. It's very gothic. This one's on Hammerheart, released in 2001. It has that kind of slow, crushing death metal that's found on the Broken Hope side, where it gets really kind of swampy and sludgy. There is a cover of Revelations on here, which I actually like quite a bit. I know that might not be Marty's take on it, but I thought it was a good cover of Revelations. So yeah, if you like,
I might like that now. When I got it back in the day, I was too like, I can't listen to anything that. Now I'm completely.
Yeah. I think if you like those kind of early peaceful bands, you might dig this. And Brian Griffin, actually, I think his main gig now is running sound for Lamb of God, like at their live shows.
Well, he's very busy then.
Yeah. So, M Sinfonia, Intimate Portrait is the name of the album.
That's a blast from the past. I haven't seen or heard or thought of that in a long fucking time.
Same here. Yep.
I couldn't tell you what it even sounded like until you told me. Like I might have listened to it once and went up in the to-go box.
Not for me.
Yeah.
Did you actually review it for Metal Maniacs or Worm Gear?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember looking at the cover. I remember seeing it. I used to have it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty lame.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
You guys saw it. Photoshop, desktop publishing.
Yep.
Kind of CGI stuff. Anyway.
All right, Alan.
All right. Let's go with another one of the sort of big legendary hitters from the underground Chicago, Illinois scene. Slaughter Extroys, Winter Kill.
Nice.
Really weird spelling on the band name. I've heard it pronounced Slaughter Destroys and Slaughter Extroys. Whatever.
Yep.
The original pressing of this just has a white background. This is just a reissue CD where they added some more color behind the logo and stuff. This is another one of those private press things that now sells for insane hundreds of dollars when it happens to show up. Even the vinyl reissue will sell for like $50 to $100 sometimes. Always been very, very collectible. This band had a really unique sound. They really kind of outside the box, not progressive necessarily, good musicianship, talented guys. They had an excellent vocalist named John Stewart, really, a trained kind of voice, good range, good control of his voice. Also a bit of a space case. Read some interviews with the guy, and he is all over the map, let's say. I don't know, maybe he was just on something really good that day, but yeah, it seemed to be really kind of here, there, and everywhere. But yeah, Winter Kill is one of those grail items for a lot of folks from the Illinois scene. The didn't last very long. It sounds like maybe just a few too many egos, too many chefs in the kitchen kind of situation. So they recorded some more material. It didn't get released until much, much later, as another album. Some of the guys revamped and came along as Energy Vampires.
Yeah.
Not as good a band name necessarily,
No.
but they recorded some demo stuff. And the Energy Vampires project, they went again a little bit more in that kind of gothic horror subroutine going on to it. They did lots of like candelabras and dry ice effects and coffins and stuff on stage. But they still rock out pretty hard. They weren't going for like slower, moody music. It's still very powerful, up in your face. Lots of hot lick guitar heroics kind of stuff here. So still a pretty good listen. But this band also really failed to ever make it over the hump. But yeah, if you like really unique sounding bands that obviously had a lot of talent and come up with just some very unusual, may give the wrong connotation. They're not unusual bad. They're just, very different song structures. There will be slow songs followed by a fast banger, followed by a song like this. They're going in a bunch of different directions, but it comes together very interesting. It's one of the albums for a lot of heavy metal collectors of that era.
Absolutely.
So yeah, you cannot talk old Illinois, Chicago metal without coming up, without Slaughter Extroyers coming up in the discussion. They are one of the legendary acts.
I got that 2021 Cult Metal Classics reissue.
Ah, yep, there it is.
I have to give Aaron the Metal Theologian credit for turning me on to this, because he's made 1 or 2 videos talking about this. And he always speaks very highly. So I checked it out, sought it out, and you're right. It's really good. It's definitely weird though.
Yeah, it's a crazy album.
Yeah,
but crazy in a pretty cool kind of way.
Crazy good.
Crazy. Yeah, it's great. It's hard to imagine how those guys sat down and wrote that album. It's just like, damn, this is you can kind of figure it's almost maybe foretells why the band couldn't have lasted very long, because that had to be a weird process just putting that together with all that
very
crazy
chaotic.
stuff on it.
Yeah.
All right, Marty, what else you got from the Chicago scene? What next? Or
Well,
I should say Illinois. Sorry if I keep saying Chicago.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You could
Obviously,
probably have a whole discussion on Chicago itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a ton.
Well, I got people were mentioning these guys in the comments, and I might as well show them off. Impulse Manslaughter, Logical End. This is on Walk Through Fire Records. This came out in 1988. Discogs classifies them as crust punk / metal hybrid band from Chicago. The band formed in 1985 and broke up in 1993. They were one of the first bands to be signed to Nuclear Blast. I did not know that. Like I said, I only have this one album. It's on on Walk Through Fire. I cannot tell you the last time I spun this album. This came out in 1988. I probably bought it in 1988, to be honest. Camelot Music, and I remember liking it, listening to it quite a bit. Good stuff. I'm also going to show another thing people were talking about in the chat. Scepter Up Thy Ass demo.
Yep.
Members of Usurper are in this, I believe. I can honestly say it's got Todd Sepkick, Dave Gibson, and John Carnes. This came out in 94. Fucking metal, proud as hell. Cool demo. I didn't love it. I might like it more. I haven't spun it since it came out, to be honest. This hasn't. Holy shit, Alan! Can you kill those naked cheapest? Okay.
I say let them stay, but that's just me.
And it's amazing because they enter the comments too. I don't know if they get like a foot in, and I don't know if they're fishing for some information. I don't know what it is, but Scepter Up Thy Ass demo. They put out an album with the hands doing the pentagram thing, which I can't do because I'm starting to get drunk. But anyway, yeah, that's it. I'll show those, and I've got a couple more to show from Chicago, but it'll get back to me, and it's back to Brian.
Oh, well, Rick's kind of foreshadowing my pick here. Satan's Hollow was kind of a retro new wave of British heavy metal band, throwback kind of sound. They broke up in 2017, and this is the band that formed after that, Midnight Dice, with their Hypnotized EP. This one, they take a more straightforward kind of traditional metal approach, rather than relying on the twin guitar harmonies that kind of the typical new wave of British heavy metal retro type bands do. Really five really catchy hard rockin' tunes on here, influenced by Judas Priest, Thin Lizzy, stuff like that. Great vocalist named Mandy. What's her last name? Plotkin. Mandy Martillo. She's got an excellent voice, just very powerful, really high energy stuff. So if that sounds good to you, check out Midnight Dice. Kind of a cool cover. This is great stuff for like rolling around town, running your errands with the windows down in the summertime. Put on some Midnight Dice, crank it up. It's good.
I'm a little jealous there isn't a venue like Reggie's in my town. I mean, how fucking cool. I've seen lots of footage from that place. The place looks sweet. I hear it's got good sound.
Yeah.
Here it's got good parking. I mean, God.
Yeah.
There is no venue in town.
Shows. They get all the shows. They get, I mean, any week they'll have 2 or 3 just top shelf bands come through, and then they have those fests sometimes. We talked about that a few weeks ago, Marty, where they had just amazing traditional metal like fests come through for a Friday and Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good spot for sure.
Yep, that's cool. Okay, Alan, you're up.
All right. Let's go for something a little heavier here. That, again, big staple from Illinois. Cyanide.
Yep.
Dying Truth. Essential stuff. This is a band I was very late to. I heard the name for years, never checked them out. And talking with Ken from Ken's Death Metal Crypt on a stream one night, he mentioned, just based on the stuff you seem to like, I think you'd really like this band, Alan. I was like, okay, I'll check them out. And yeah, really good, crushingly heavy stuff. Some of their albums have gotten a little annoyingly hard to find over time, but you can get them from Bandcamp, from the band, quite easily. Excellent, heavy, in that, death doom style, but without being slow or boring. It still really maintains a good pace, and yeah, just devastatingly heavy. Gotta love Cyanide. They're still knocking around. They had an EP come out just a few years ago, so I think they're tied in with Hell's Headbangers label. Maybe that's come and gone. But yeah, if you've overlooked this band somehow, like I did for a long time, definitely check out Cyanide. Top shelf death doom kind of stuff. I think their albums trended, maybe a little more to death, a little less doom over time, based on the ones I've picked up so far. But even those are really solid albums.
Good band, definitely. Scott, I believe, enters the chat sometimes, is around.
We've had Cyanide members pop in and say hello from time to time.
Yep.
That we have.
All right, we're going to get into kind of a two-parter. It was the 4th Michigan Death Fest in Flint, Michigan. I saw this band play, Sarcophagus.
Oh yeah, yep.
This is the Dead Noise EP. This is a really killer demo. Really technical, really well done death metal. Kind of thrashy. They ended up kind of shifting over the years. Sorry, these CDs were ruined by a toilet water, so it kind of sucks. They ended up saying, "Oh, black metal? Yes, thank you." And they put on the face paint, started to change a little bit. It says grinding apocalyptic black metal art, Sarcophagus. I remember this being very death metal-y, but yet they had the corpse paint on. This is a bunch of their a couple of their demos put on one CD, and then eventually they evolved into pretty much just a straight up black metal band. This is a Requiem to the Death of Passion. This band is most renowned for having one Andrew Harris in the band, who is better known as Akhenaten. Akhenaten, yep. That record right there, he went on to do Judas Iscariot, Great Eternity. This is Dethroned, Conquered, and Forgotten. So yeah, Akhenaten from Judas Iscariot used to be in Sarcophagus. This is a very much sounds like Judas Iscariot record. Saw them live for this record. Quite good. They were always, this was always their best work for me though. The Dead Noise EP, so good, really good. I hate to say, oh, their demo's better, man, but this whole transitional period where they're like, we're death metal, but look, we've got corpse paint. You should like us now. I'm the saddest clown. It's good stuff. They're a good band. All eras are good. I just haven't spun it in a while. And Judas Iscariot, I think, kind of took precedence over it. He was very much aping the European, the Norse core sound, I guess you could say, which I've always hated that term, Norse core. It sounds so derogatory, like it's a bad thing. But yeah, Sarcophagus from Chicago and Judas Iscariot. It was two-parter there. Sorry. Brian, you're back.
Oh, just a quick follow-up there, Marty.
Yep.
You mentioned earlier that, yeah, you know, sometimes U.S. black metal had trouble getting a foot, you know, in the door and not always being taken seriously. Sarcophagus and Judas Iscariot were a couple of the first bands that did start to add some legitimacy to the U.S. metal, black metal scene. So they were, I don't mind their stuff. They were never personal favorites, but they, you know, they did get, they deserve recognition as being one of the first bands that really came across as a lot more serious about it and, you know, able to kind of put the stamp on, you know, black metal on this side of the Atlantic.
And then if you want to, you know, take that further, looking back into Michigan, Masochist was another band, Southern Michigan, Lansing area, I believe. Detroit area, Lansing, I can't remember exactly where they're from. They were very early on. Winds of the Black Mountain. Basically, Masochist splintered into two bands, Winds of the Black Mountain and Summon, who I've seen many times live, and every time they were annihilated drunk and they crushed. And Sean,
what's that in the chat? Oh, folks have been mentioning Summon a lot in the chat tonight.
Yeah.
I should have pulled some summoning. I've got all their stuff, but I've seen them probably 10 times over the years. They're absolutely great band. Winds of the Black Mountain. That guy died, I think. I don't know. I've got a CD and a 7-inch. But I mean, that's all the stuff that I think was starting to kind of be taken a little bit seriously. Sean from Summon and Masochist, he's now in a band called Cavalcade, which we've played with a show with up here in Travers. We brought them, they're brought up here, and they're very strange. Sean continues to sing in the black metal voice, but the music is just kind of all over the place. It's not really in any one particular genre. It's really pretty interesting stuff. But Cavalcade, yep, that's still a thing. Yeah, Summon fucking ruled, man. They were great. The drummer from Summon is now in a band called Recorruptor. Seen them a few times too. They're pretty good stuff. He's still crushing. That guy is an amazing drummer. Yep, Lucifer's Hammer, Donald. I already talked about them early on. Anyway, who's up? Brian.
Me. Okay, we've been talking a lot about Chicagoland area. Maybe we'll go downstate a little bit with Impetigo.
I was going to pull Impetigo. I'm glad you did.
Yeah. We'd probably be getting some hate comments if we didn't talk about Impetigo, I have a feeling. So this band formed at Illinois State University in Bloomington, Illinois, which is about 30 minutes from where I live now. In fact, this is their first album, Ultimo Mondo Cannibal. So this was 1990, and I think I was living in Bloomington at the time. You know, my mom actually went to Illinois State University, so I was around, but I was very young and not into metal at all. So I would not have known anything about their early years, but you know, played a little catch up, and just great Midwest grinding death metal horror freaks. This stuff's pretty wild, but really good. And you can't talk about Illinois death metal without talking about Impetigo, I think.
No,
very important to the legacy. I think they've kind of broken up, gotten back together a few times. I think Steve-O actually moved to out of state, so I think they might be done, but they got some pretty intense releases.
I thought their music was always good, but I think Steve-O was kind of the takeaway from that band. Just his vocals were so crazy, and it's kind of a cool element over the top of the music, you know.
Yeah.
All right, Alan.
All right, more classic Chicago stuff in the thrashier, speedier end of the spectrum. Zoetrope,
Yeah.
Amnesty, band.
Cool.
Have this. They think coined their own little subgenre of street metal, is how they like to refer to it. And yeah, it was kind of that perfect intersection of, is it speed metal? Is it thrash metal? It's very, very catchy at the same time. Very high energy stuff. Showed, definitely some, punk hardcore appreciation. It doesn't overwhelm the music at all, but, there's, hints of it here and there. Very cool one. It's one of and surprisingly, it's an album that's never been that hard to find and has never gone up in price very much, even though it's a very, very good one. They did a few other albums as well. I've never heard their later stuff, so I don't know how it compares, but Amnesty is one of the classics from back in the day. Definitely one for fans of, this speed thrash, blurring those two styles together. Check out Zoetrope.
Didn't members of Zoetrope go on to form Cyclone Temple as well?
There are connections to Cyclone Temple later on.
Yeah.
Maybe even that other band, Zoetrope and
Snow White.
Snow White. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Snow White.
Oh shit, Festered. Oh, I love that Morgue Eroded Thoughts album. I should have grabbed that. That is a great death metal. Totally overlooked album too. Morgue's Eroded Thought. Yeah.
Right here.
That one right there. I'm glad you pulled it. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I should have grabbed it.
This is awesome.
It's a class. There's great riffs on that. It's really well written, cool songs. Very old school riffy. It's so good.
Yep.
The guitar player for that band is now in a band with Ken from Ken's Death Metal Crypt called Unnatural.
Yeah. I think they another one formed the band Absconder that's kicking around. Maybe. Is that right? Yeah, Brad Boldak. He's playing a band called Absconder right now. It's really good.
Yep. Yeah, and Carl's right. Yeah, it's Snow White was the one that's kind of morphed into Cyclone Temple, not
it was a Snow. I know it was a Z something.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks for correcting that, Carl.
Thanks for straightening us out twice now, Carl, tonight, keeping us fact checked. I love it.
Yep, it's always good. The chat always does a good job of that. We're
makes us smarter.
We're at this for several hours. We're going to make a few mistakes and miscues. So thanks to everybody in the chat.
A lot of this information, dude, is great. A lot of this old information just dies in my head. I don't know. Years of not, exercising that muscle. It just kind of goes away. Anyway, my last pick for the Chicago area is Macabre with Sinister Slaughter.
Oh yeah, from Downers Grove, Illinois. That's where my uncle lives.
And this band is awesome. They really are on paper awesome. I've seen them a bunch. They're really good. Not a bunch. I've seen them twice. I guess twice constitutes as a bunch, but this here is probably my favorite by them. They're most thrashy. They're death thrash band. A little silly. I've got most of their releases. I don't have all of them. I don't have the debut. I don't have the new one, but I like them, but I never listen to this band. I never find myself itching to listen to Macabre. I don't know what it is. It's not their lack of musicality. They're amazing. Absolutely super technical. Or, the True Power Trio, they go up there and they completely play it live. They completely crush it live. And I just don't know what it is, man. I just don't ever really grab. I've got Dahmer. Dahmer's also good. There's just an element of silliness to their shit that never really digested well with me. Anyway. But yeah, Macabre. You can't talk about the Illinois without mentioning Macabre.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, very true.
Are you done with Illinois, or are you going on? Do you have more, Brian?
I got one more.
Do it. Do it up.
It's just got mentioned in the chat. Oppressor, Solstice of Oppression.
Yep.
Another classic one from the 90s, 1994. Really technical, brutal. Got some melody in there, some keyboards, so a lot of atmosphere. really nice balance of like the furious speed and slow down crawls that Broken Hope kind of would do. Just keeps the music interesting. And kind of what they're also known for is when they disbanded, like 3/4 of the members went on to form the band Soil with Sean Glass of Broken Hope. And Soil was more of like a radio friendly, like kind of new metalish band. They had a hit song called Halo, if you remember that, in like the early 2000s. They got on Ozfest. They kind of stopped playing death metal and focused on that because bringing in the checks. So yeah, that's where Soil came from. Oppressor and Broken Hope, and that's kind of where Oppressor ended, unfortunately. They put out, this is our first one. They put out like a live album demo compilation, and then another one called Agony, I think, and then they ended. So, but this one's really good. Solstice of Oppression.
Alan, where are you at with what?
Do you have more for Illinois, Marty?
Nope.
Okay, I'll blow through. I've got 8 left, but I can go through these pretty quick.
Go for it.
I pulled about 60 titles tonight. I got a little carried away.
We might have to stop after Iowa. Have to do a part 2.
It starts to get a little thinner after.
It thins out drastically as we start to head west.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Oh, actually, there's 9 more. I forgot to count the vinyl. One more oldie but goodie from the vinyl stack. Tyrant's Reign was Reign of the Tyrants active band back then. Members popped up in lots of other acts. Really good, kind of leans thrashy, but still has a lot of traditional metal vibes to it as well. This is on Cynical Records. It's another one of those older private press ones that's gotten kind of hyped up over the years, but musically is really, really strong stuff. So a nice one from the Illinois scene. I gotta at least mention this band. I know this band has a lot of bad blood under their things, but they did some really cool music. Noctmistium was a big thing in black metal in the early part of the century. Obviously, Blake burned pretty much every bridge imaginable over time.
Oh, fuck that guy!
Which, not a cool dude, but some of the Noctmistium stuff is really good. I thought some of the EPs were really, really good. Some of my favorite stuff was like, which is why I pulled Eulogy 4. The Wordfall EP also has really good stuff on it. So yeah, by the end, I wasn't interested in what he was doing anymore. But
I got in I used to trade with that guy when he had Battle Command. No, what was the name of his label?
Battle Command.
Battle Command Records. Mm-hmm. I always got the stuff I traded for. It must have been before the drugs took hold.
Yeah,
he fucked a lot of people.
He did. No denying it. But if we want to talk, just from a musical perspective, Noctmistium did some very cool stuff along the way.
Squandered potential.
Yep. And again, that guy was making it pretty big and still pissed it all away somehow. Sad but true. So let's do a few other shout out ones to our friend Chris. All of his various projects too. Yeah, whether it's
Professor Black,
Super Christ, any of them. I pulled High Spirits just because it's one. Pharaoh, yep, absolutely. Dawnbringer's a cool one. Yep, the Nucleus
Super Christ.
Great. Super Christ, always a fun band. It goes on and on.
Actor.
I pulled this one because it's got Another Night in the City, which is one of the best songs I've ever heard. That song just kicks so much ass.
Fun stuff. It's so much fun.
High Spirits, kind of like it's not power metal, but if you just need something fun to listen to get you in a better mood, High Spirits will literally do that. I wanted to give a shout out to Zool.
Mike Busher.
Mike Busher's in this band. He was a really
from the
cool
Maniacs
guy.
board days and Lapland days. Yep.
Oh yeah. Mike was very active on a lot of the heavy metal forums back in the early 2000s. Super nice guy. He has played live with High Spirits as well. A little connection there.
Yep.
Zool only got to do 2 albums, but they're both quite good traditional headbanging stuff. Nicely done on both their albums. I still play them pretty regularly, so Zool is a cool one to check out. Commandment. This is a Jesus metal band, so Aaron, we got you covered there too. They did a single back in the day through a small South Carolina label that was kind of a ripoff label, but they recorded a cool demo called Engraved in Stone that never got released. It was one of those unearthed years later, early 2000s. It came out on OPM Records and then got, subsequent releases. This one's on Arcane Steel, I think was the first CD pressing. Really good band. While it's a Christian metal band, it's one of the better ones. There's not, they don't let the, message get in the way of the music. They still have really good songs and compositions. Commandment is cool. Another classic Chicago metal says so right here on the cover. This is Enforcer. A lot of Chicago bands early on, say the 82, 83, 84, they had a very distinct style, and unsurprisingly perhaps it was the style being developed by this band, which neither of you mentioned. -2 to each of your True Metal Street Cred scores,
I'm
by the way,
not
gentlemen.
I'm not a trouble.
I
fan.
figured you'd cover it, so I didn't grab it.
I figured you were going to cover it. I had
And
it in
I'm really surprised you pulled that one.
I'm in the minority
Yeah.
of folks who like the 90s.
I like that
psychedelic
album too,
stuff
but
a little bit
yeah.
more than the 80s stuff. Anyway, Trouble had this very distinct style of traditional metal, but with a little bit of a doomy aura to it. And a lot of Chicago area bands had that same sound. And there was Battalion, there was Warcry, who had an excellent demo. Enforcers, a great example of that exact same sound. Very strong traditional heavy metal, but it's got that very bottom heavy sound to it. Gives it a real leaden feel, where it's not doom metal, but it's doom-ish. It sounds much heavier, much darker than your traditional Judas Priest or Iron Maiden clone wannabe type of band. Enforcer, to my knowledge, didn't get any vinyl product back in the day. I think they were on 1 or 2 compilations, but their stuff got compiled by Stormspell Records years ago. Killer stuff. It's a real shame that band didn't get
I don't need it. Thank you.
to do more stuff.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Ambulance. These guys have always been really underground.
Is that a 3-year-old trying to say ambulance?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I have never really known.
Ambulance.
I always thought maybe it was some kind of weird play on amulet, but yeah, something went horribly wrong with the naming of the band, or we just don't get it. Hey, chat, help us out here. What the hell does ambulance mean? There it is. Regardless, another pretty cool band. They did get an album out back in the day. This is just a collection. Is this Stormspell or Sentinel Steel? I think they may have done this one. Yeah, this is an older Stormspell, but I think Sentinel Steel Records also had a hand in getting this one out. So I'll stop there. But obviously, Illinois had, a really deep well of heavy metal, and not just, old 80s classic metal stuff, as we've seen. They, had their foot in death metal and black metal over the years as well.
I will say right now, they have a really strong stoner doom scene up in the Chicagoland area. I didn't pull any of that, but you could. They got a lot of great live bands playing up in that area every weekend.
And anybody wants to learn more about that whole realm, go. I don't know if it was on Brian's channel or on Rick's Dreadful Minutes. The two of them did a deep dive on some stoner doom stuff. So, but I'm sure we're getting into a state now, Wisconsin, that Brian will represent some of that as well. But it's my turn, so I'm going to jump into some Wisconsin metal.
Oh, and let's hold on. Got to give the tally.
Oh yeah, the tally.
Wisconsin surprisingly low at 652 entries, so just barely ahead of Indiana. Wisconsin was one I was expecting to find more from, and really didn't find a whole lot. But I'm interested to see what you guys found.
Well, I've only got 5 here, so and the first 2 are going off right off the bat. This album, it's more like an EP. There's only 6 songs on it. The songs aren't super long. I really like this album. It was kind of a big influence on my early band Prosthesis, which was kind of death metal / grindcore with a drum machine because we're in northern Michigan. We could never find a drummer. But this band, Bleed, this is Womb. That's a cover you'll recognize from God Flesh.
Songs of Love and
Songs of Love and Hate. Yep.
Hate, something like that. Yeah. It's a good one.
This is really well done. They don't hide the fact that they're using a drum machine. There's definite industrial elements, but it's heavy death metal, kind of mid-pace plotting with really deep, cool vocals that you can still understand. You can understand all the words on this. Very good stuff. The band somehow dissolved and became Crawl, which if you look, you got Bleed Womb and then Crawl Earth. I mean, it's a very similar aesthetic. And this Crawl album has some songs on it that are actually on this here. They Crawl put out another album after this that I didn't like as much. The vocals changed a little bit, a little more clean singing, but this is still really good. This is awesome. This Bleed Womb EP is really good. Good stuff. Definite favorite from Wisconsin. Dusk is another great band. I don't have a legit copy of that, so I didn't pull it. Mortiscald, another one I didn't grab.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the only Mortiscald I have is one of their shittier albums, one of their later shittier albums. Not the new one, but the one after their classics. But anyway, yeah, Bleed, Womb, and Crawl Earth. Check that stuff out if you're into more industrialized death metal. It's very cool stuff.
Oh, my
Brian,
turn.
Yeah.
All choked up is talking about Realm, Endless War. I don't have Realm.
Oh fuck! I should have thought about that.
Only
knew one of y'all would pull it. Yep.
Suicidity, but I like this one too. This is 1990.
They're both good albums.
Road Racer, technical thrash, Milwaukee, kind of progressive with real powerful vocals.
Endless War gets negative points for having an Eleanor Rigby cover on it. Fuck that.
Yes, that does hurt.
That sucks. But anyway,
don't have that kind of shitty. No shitty Beatles covers. Excellent.
I saw them. I saw them play with Death Angel in Forbidden back in the day. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, that'd be a fucking kick-ass show.
It was a kick-ass show. Flint, Michigan, Capitol Theater.
Great technical thrash. Kind of melodic, progressive. Got kind of a futuristic dystopian themes going on. Obviously I would like to have Endless War, but it is a little bit out of my price range.
I have a Russian bootleg of that on CD.
Oh, well, I could probably afford the Russian bootleg.
Not anymore. They're not on eBay anymore because of special military operation. Yeah.
So Alan, you talked about a mail order dealer a couple months ago.
Yep.
And I made an order. He sent me the list.
Yep.
And I went down and he had a copy of Endless War on cassette used. And I said, I put together all my lists that I wanted and I sent it to him. And that was the only one he didn't have. So I came close to getting it. But I did find some other cool stuff. Anyway, these guys, they're playing live again. They just played a festival in Milwaukee.
Wow.
Blades of Steel. I think in April they played with Toxic from New York, Whiplash, Defiance, and DRI was there also. I think it was a 2-day fest. I came really close to going, but I didn't make it up for that.
What city was it in?
It was in Milwaukee.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So check out Realm if you're into techno thrash. Like
Brian, were you ever at the Eagles Ballroom?
No, I was too young to go into to make it to the Milwaukee Metal Fest, unfortunately.
Yeah, that place was a little scary. I remember being out in the courtyard having a smoke, and you could hear gunshots off in the distance. It was like it was that kind of neighborhood. But anyway,
one more fun fact about Realm. The first time I was on with you guys, we talked about Roadrunner Records.
Yep.
Realm was the first band signed by Monty Connor.
Really?
Yep.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There we go.
Yeah, Drunken, we mentioned that. Josta buying the
Yeah,
Milwaukee Metal Fest. Next year is supposed to be up a new fest. That'd be pretty fucking sick.
definitely.
He was supposed to have Trevor helping with all the underground bands, which
That's right.
Trevor had his from Black Dahlia Murder, and that guy had his finger on the pulse of the underground. But it's going to be interesting. I think Josta will bring the big bands everybody wants to see. It'll be interesting to see what underground bands are represented. I mean, I don't know that I need to drive all that way to go see fucking D. Schneider or Corpse Grinder doing a solo set, but
yeah, it would have to be something really good.
Yep. All right, Alan, you're up. I'm gonna go wee while you guys talk about it.
All right. Well, going a little different direction here for the first Wisconsin entry. Jex Thoth. This is one of those kind of retro 70s bands that has a female vocalist who's very much operating in the Grace Slick territory, but is very, very good. She's got, very moody, very soulful voice. They go for a, pretty slow, very bottom heavy, distorted guitar kind of sound. So it's not doom metal. It's got a doomy aura about it, but it's, for the most part, just, kind of slow, big, heavy guitar tone to it, with this, very charismatic vocalist thrown into boot. So I've really liked their stuff. They've only done a couple of albums. They also did an EP. They did a split 7-inch with Pagan Altar years ago. So yeah, there was kind of a push, 10, 15 years ago now, probably, where this sound kind of became popular. You saw more bands trying to get that sort of retro late 60s and early 70s vibe. The Devil's Blood was one that did it for a while. And Jex Thoth was kind of part of that crowd. But again, Jex Thoth is a lot more distorted sounding, little slower overall, whereas Devil's Blood was a little bouncier, a little catchier. Good band. I like Devil's Blood as well. But yeah, I never really hear anybody mention this band. But and part of it, they haven't put anything out in quite a while at this point, even though they're still listed as active. But yeah, I really dig. I guess the name is taken from the vocalist, so really dig Jex's voice. Wish they would put out something new someday. The second album is quite good as well. But yeah, the first one I always thought was really cool. This was one, just for context, I believe I stumbled into them through MySpace. So I think this is one of those MySpace era bands, kind of maybe towards the end of the MySpace days. But yeah, if you like those bands that go for that, very retro sound, with the really warm kind of, fuzzy guitars and everything, this is a cool one to check out for sure.
All right,
Marty. Wisconsin.
Morbid Instinct.
Yep.
Spectrum of Death. This is a band that eluded me back in the day. Why? Look at that cover.
Yeah.
And if memory serves me right, this band was it JL America? Am I wrong with that?
That sounds right. I don't remember for sure.
Or something very similar to that, or grindcore or something. I can't. One of those.
I'll check, but yeah, JL America sounds right.
One of those labels that was really, you could never really trust it. There'd be some killer shit, and then a lot of real basement level garbage. So I mean, this came out. I was never a huge fan of their Burnt Eddie mascot. It's not Edgar Winter, it's Eddie Winter with the white hair. But I got this reissue on Century Media. It's a blue vinyl, and
yeah, it was Grindcore International.
It was Grindcore. Okay, I was either Grindcore or JL America.
They were on a Mexican label originally.
Originally, yes, they were even on it. They were on a smaller Avanzada Metallica.
And this version, if you look at it, the logo is very pixelated. You could tell they took a tape or the CD and blew it up. It's okay. The music itself is good. It's good, solid thrash from Wisconsin. I mean, this guy, he's got the, you know, the crop or the, you know, the belly shirt and the little jogger pants and the bangs in front of the eyes so you can't see, which you will see in the next thing. Oh wait, not the next thing. Yeah, the next thing I show, that's kind of a thing in Wisconsin. This is a good album though, a lot of fun. I kind of regret not picking this up from back in the day, but I got it now. I corrected a wrong, but you couldn't really trust the Grindcore and the JL America labels. They just put out some stuff that was good, and they put out some stuff that was not so good. It's the way it was.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to follow back in the day.
I pulled that one too, and it was amazing that it was actually recorded in 1988, but wasn't released until 1990. So they were pretty early. Onto the kind of death thrash, extreme metal stuff. But yeah, this one's excellent.
Good stuff.
This is a Century Media reissue as well. It's got pretty much all they ever did with some demos and then some later stuff. But yeah, Spectrum of Death is classic. So Jungle Rot from where the hell are they from? Are they from Madison? I'm not sure.
I do not know.
Don't know.
These guys are they're just kind of the essential second or third tier Midwest death metal, real thrashy. Every couple of years they put out a new album, and it's usually good. It's not gonna make any Kenosha. Thank you, Kevin. It's not gonna make any number top 10 lists, but it's gonna be quality. And they tour a lot. They get around. This one, Order from Shall Prevail is good. This is when they were on Victory Records, which is kind of interesting that they got on that label. But really good thrashy death metal from Wisconsin, Kenosha. Jungle Rot.
Right on, Alan.
Let's see here. Okay, got a couple left from Wisconsin. We'll do this one next. Sure. Marty, this is one you sent me a while back. I knew nothing about the band, but I kind of took a liking to them. It's Lords of the Trident with an album called Frostburn.
Cool cover.
Very cool cover. It's I think the band's second or third album. That's what I was trying to double check right then. 1, 2, 3. Third album from 2015. They have done a little bit since then. I don't know any of their other stuff. It seems they started out as kind of a joke band. Like the first album was called Death or Sandwich. If you have the word sandwich in the name of your album, you're not going to be taken seriously. There's just no way. Yeah, and you're not really trying to be taken seriously either, I don't think. From what I've read,
anyway, go ahead.
From what I've read about the band, this was the album where they decided to try to sit up straight and maybe put a little more effort into, being a bit more serious about it. And it's a better effort. It's not perfect, but it's worth the price of admission alone just for the title track, which is Knights of Dragon's Keep. Absolute killer track. And sort of, it's right on that line between power metal and new wave of traditional heavy metal. Huge catchy chorus, instant sing along, epic power metal stuff all the way. There's other good tracks too. A few of them misfire a little bit. One thing still holding the band back a bit. Let me see. Give me a second here to try to. I think there's a picture of the band in here. They do need to work on the image just a little bit because they're still going around looking like they're wearing homemade, Mortal Kombat costumes.
Is this some chainmail? Awesome.
Yeah, but it really looks like the kind of shit the 18-year-olds and your local town's park would play when they start their first LARPing campaign for like Vampire the Masquerade or some shit.
Okay, I might have done that.
We all might have done that. We're not going there.
Or still do it.
We're looking forward as we look backwards.
White Wolf Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, they're working with, they all have, goofy pseudonyms. There's, Fang von Rathenstein. Somebody named Asian Metal is the lead guitarist.
Okay.
Kilius Maximus, Pontifex Mortis, Dr. Dante Vitus. So, musically, they're going in the right direction. They may have to work on that image a little bit.
Guys, next time our band practice, we're going to have a meeting. You're all going to have decided upon your name. If you don't come with your name, you're out of the band.
Danny, work on your bass note a little bit and bring me my D20s back, man. I need my, I need the 4th edition rules book. Have you finished, creating your, dwarf paladin yet?
I told you the dog ate the D20s, dude. The dog ate the D20s. It's just the way it is.
Oh, those D20s feel rough coming out when you swallow them, man. That's not a good scene at all.
Yep.
But anyway, I don't know what the more recent albums are like. Maybe they've dropped, the Dungeons and Dragons image and gone for something else. Maybe they leaned into it. I don't know. But this album, yeah, for something I'd never heard of.
It didn't bother me, man. I didn't dislike it, but I just never saw myself listening to it again. I'm like, I'm sending this to Alan's way just to see.
Yeah, well, that title track alone, again, Night of Night of Dragon's Deep. That is just killer. That's the kind of song you put on your compilation of your favorite new wave of traditional heavy metal songs. It's a killer song. If they can develop, along those lines, and I personally, again, I don't mind the cheesy image so much. We're having a little fun with it. I'm not slagging them for doing that. It's just, it can be hard for a band to gain traction in the heavy metal underground overall if you come across looking a little too corny or that you're not taking it, quite seriously enough. So we'll see what Lords of the Trident do. But hey, Wisconsin is having some fun with traditional metal. That they can write at least a few good songs. Power to them. Right on. Excellent. All right, Marty, Wisconsin.
It's kind of funny. We're just talking about grindcore records a minute ago, and Def Records as well. I don't know. Was that grindcore stationed in Wisconsin? That would be interesting to know.
No, they were Des Plaines, Illinois.
Oh, were they? Okay. Yeah. So they were pulling from all the areas, but this band. You look them up on the Oracle, and their demo and this album I'm about to show are kind of so reviews. I always liked it. Accidental Suicides.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that band.
Stupid album cover. Super stupid. Shitty logo, shitty cover. But you got the Milwaukee, bangs in front of the face. I want my bangs cut just so I can't see. You got 2 guys in the band that are sporting that. Granted, I am a bit jealous. This guy right here is probably more my speed nowadays. He's probably wearing a hat as well with, the toilet bowl ring. But this was really pretty solid death metal with a little bit of a thrash feel to it. Like I said, this was 1992 is when this came out. It's their only full length. There's something afterwards called Dead Erotica that came out in 2017. It looks like a mix of demos put together. I don't know. Maybe there's some new stuff on it. Not quite sure.
I had that one. Yeah, I think it's a demo compilation.
Is it a demo compilation? Right on.
Yeah.
They are, I think they're listed as, it says they're active. They're not very active. They're not a very prolific band. Yeah. And they didn't, this isn't a groundbreaking album, but I always liked it. I picked it up and I liked it. I didn't want to get rid of it. I've hung on to it all these years. I spin it once in a while. Good stuff. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I got one more from Wisconsin.
I too have one more from Wisconsin.
Okay. This is my last one. What did you say? How many bands were in Wisconsin?
600 something.
Wisconsin chimed in with, let's see. Let's see. Wisconsin was 859. A little ahead of Indiana in terms of, got a couple hundred more there.
So if we're ranking everything 1 to 859, the number one band to come out of Wisconsin, the mighty.
Yep.
Bogzilla.
Yeah, it might be.
1999. You guys did a relapse episode. Didn't even talk about Bogzilla. Like,
I had all that shit sent to me as promos back in the day, and guess what? Gave it away. I could care less.
Yep.
It's
It's
not
an
my thing.
acquired taste.
It's good. It's down tuned, heavy as fuck.
Yep.
But it didn't say anything to me, man. I just
Either
didn't
like
care.
it, or you don't.
That's right.
I think it's great. I love all their stuff, and they just put a new album out last year that was really good after like I don't know 20-year hiatus or something.
Does it sound that different from the album you're holding right now?
No, which is good.
Nailed it.
They just kind of like okay, we'll plug in and we'll sound the same, and it's great. So I really love Bongzilla. Yeah, well, I think they reformed because they were getting a lot of interest in doing festivals like in Europe and stuff. They were getting thrown like big money. I mean, big money for Bongzilla, you know,
$50.
$50 and a plane ticket and some
Bag of weed.
Bag
of weed. Yeah.
I mean, it's a silly name, but I like the music. It's good stuff. Good stoner sludge, doom, smoked outs. Yeah, this is if I had to pick a favorite, probably Gateway, but this is Stash. This is the first one.
I like the guitar tone. It's super low, down tuned, heavy as fuck. I mean, what it is, it's good. It's good at what it is. I just didn't care about what it was. You know?
Yeah.
Was never into the weed culture. I just didn't care.
That's the thing is like I don't partake in any of that. But the music, you know, the music's really good.
Yeah.
But I mean, the other stuff's just kind of funny. Bongzilla. All right, I did it. I got Bongzilla on heavy metallurgy.
You did it. Yeah, I saw it in the chat when we were doing it. And you were like, "Where?" Everybody's like, "Where's Bongzilla?" I'm like, that fucking chip, that ain't happening here."
All right, my last Wisconsin entry. Peter was just mentioning this one in the chat. So, Peter, this one's for you. EP by a band called Blacklist, entitled "The Sign of Four." It's just a very good, solid mid 80s heavy metal outing. The band did not really do much of anything else. I don't recall any of the members popping up in other bands later on. But yeah, they've got song titles like, Steady on the Steel, Sin Sentence, Revenge. This is no frills, straightforward, in the Judas Priest kind of mold, heavy metal. Nice EP, little independent thing. It's not an especially expensive one. It's not a hard one to really track down or anything. But the tunes hold up quite well. So Wisconsin had metal bands operating even back in the day. So Blacklist is one that is, a small band, but definitely this is the perfect time to mention them and give them a good shout out. Blacklist it is.
All right,
Marty, I think you said you had one more as well.
Okay, yeah, I got one more. This is maybe low-hanging fruit, but I saw this band once at an Ohio Death Fest way back in the early 2000s. Putrid Pile. This is House of Dementia.
Okay.
This is a one-man brutal death metal slam band. And this guy owns it. He fucking takes his little drum machine or recording of his drums. He goes up on stage, hits play on that shit, and plays guitar and screams over it. It's amazing. It takes balls to do that shit, to go up on your own and fucking slay like that. And I saw it happen. I watched him live, and I watched his entire set because he did great, man. And this is actually a pretty solid, brutal slam death metal album. It's on, of course, Severed Records, or Severed, or Severed, or Severed, however you want to fucking say it. Severed Records. Am I going to run out and buy all their stuff? No, I'm probably good with just this album, but House of Dementia, it's okay. Brutal death metal. If you're into that stuff, check out Putrid Pile. It's one guy living the dream. Living the dream. And now let's go to Minnesota, Brian. What do you say?
Minnesota.
Our tally from Minnesota is 652. So they're running neck and neck with Indiana.
I grabbed Obsequii.
Mm-hmm.
Aria of Vernal Tombs, 2015.
My label released their debut album.
Suspended in the broom
Room
of
of EOS. Yep.
Eos.
The OG pressing of the CD. We never put it out on vinyl, but this is the OG pressing.
Yes, I have the vinyl pressing that $20 spin reissued.
Different cover. Yep.
Yes.
But this is the OG press.
Also amazing.
This is probably my favorite Obsequii. The demo is also good. I must have gave my copy away because I don't have it.
You don't have one. I noticed that when I was looking at it today, that the demo was put out by Binderoon.
Well, he put it on there, but I didn't put it out.
Gotcha.
I distributed it essentially.
Yeah, I have not heard that one. I assume it's
great.
amazing.
It's great.
I went through a long period of time where I was not buying any physical music. I'm still listening to a lot.
Dummy.
I was downloading stuff and putting it on CDRs. And really that all changed when I heard this. I heard it. I was reading a review on No Clean Singing on that website.
Yep.
You know that one? They had a song linked. It was Orphic Rites of the Mystic.
Mm-hmm.
The last song. It blew my mind.
It's great.
I guess this is called black metal. I don't know.
Castle metal.
Castle metal. I've heard that term thrown around. It's got that kind of medieval vibe. It's grandiose and it's epic, and it's the riffs on here are, I mean, they're just unbelievable, and the harmonies and the harp interludes, everything just works so well together. And I think I went directly to, I'm not sure where I got the Digipack CD, but that was the first CD I bought in 15 years. And that kind of led me on this path to start buying stuff again. It was this in particular. And then the 2019, I think they put out the Palm of Sard Kings, which I was like, oh, there's no way it can be better than this. And it equaled it, I thought. This album to me is a 10 out of 10. I think that one's a 10 out of 10. And when I finally went back and listened to Suspended in the Broom of Eos, I thought that one was a 10 out of 10. I absolutely love everything they've put out. They're just, well, I'm not sure if it's actually considered a band or what. I know it's
basically Tanner Anderson.
Yeah. It's brilliant.
He writes everything. He sings on it, but he doesn't sing live. Right now they played yesterday at Northwest Terror Fest with Brendan Hayter from Obsidian Tongue on vocals.
Okay. Well, I saw that they had to cancel their Minnesota show.
Members of Tavera got COVID.
So that sure got, but are they going to Fire in the Mountains? Is that where are they playing that show?
Who, Tavera or Obsequii?
Obsequii.
I believe so. They're going to Fire in the Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're lucky enough to catch them there, it'd be amazing, I bet.
And also Aaron Carey from the Chachwin sings on a song on this album that Brian is holding in his hand right now.
Yeah. Aria of Vernal Tombs.
Yep. Great stuff.
Alan, are you familiar?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I had pulled one of theirs too. Yep. Very cool stuff.
Yeah.
All right, Alan, you're up.
Yep. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I'd also pulled one of Tanner's other projects with Celestial.
Yep.
This is just a very cool, unique album. It's get the title right. Where Life Springs Eternal. A very unique vibe. It's kind of slow. The songs build very gradually. It's almost like funeral doom pacing at times, but it doesn't have that same completely depressive, claustrophobic aura about it at all. It's very different from that. So it's a very cool album. It's not something I'm going to listen to all the time, but when I'm in the mood for it, it's got a very unique vibe to it. I really like the way he lets the songs and the vocal lines build up very gradually, and come together really nicely. So talented guy, Tanner. Very cool project. Obsequii, also very cool project.
That Celestial album is still available on CD after how many years? It's still available if anybody wants to buy a copy. Shop.BindersRecordings.com. We still have copies.
It's definitely worth it. All right. I got to grab something real quick. So, Marty, go ahead.
All right. Next up for me was a band that was always sent in as a demo band back in the Worm Gear days, someone from this band has passed away. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they started off as being Ossuary. This is their Fall into the Pits demo. They changed their name to Ossuary Insane because there was another band called Ossuary. This one is called Demonized. There was also another demo in between that the main guy sent to me when I was interviewing him for Worm Gear back in the day. Just a couple songs on I think these were on Demonized. Old Ragged Cross and Imprecary. Yep, they're both on Demonized, but I kept the tape because, it was sent to me but these guys are awesome. Death metal with kind of a weird stuff. These guys they kind of sounded a bit Australian to me. They had that kind of piss and vinegar attitude for sure. Yeah, they're just a great band. For sure. Sunless are really good. I have not heard Wanderer. Anyway, yeah, Ossuary, Fall into the Pits. They changed the name to Ossuary Insane with Demonize. Good stuff from Minnesota. And you're back, Brian.
I only picked that one from Minnesota. I don't have much else.
What? All right, I'll go.
I'm a little thin on this side of the Mississippi River.
Right. All right, I will pick Power Mad. I'll go. Oh, Ellen's back.
Ooh.
Power Mad, Absolute Power. This is their second release. Their first album, I believe, is a mini LP. I've got it on vinyl. I didn't pull it. I just grabbed this one. It's the one that came out on Relativity, I want to say.
There's a great song on it called Nice Dreams.
Reprise Records. You know what? This was during the time. What year did this come out? This came out in... Fuck. I can't read the text. Hold on. I can't let it go. Sorry, people. This came out in 1989, again, the year I graduated high school. And I bought this tape. This is another bigger label picking up a band just because it's thrash.
Yep.
Are they great? They're okay. They're an okay band. I think I like the EP that came before this a little bit better. This is still okay. I'll keep it. I like it, but it's not a Testament. It's not Metallica. It's not name a killer thrash band in the US. These guys are good, but they're not mind-blowing. Really run-of-the-mill thrash for the time. I mean, thrash wasn't even really getting tired at this point. I mean, this is kind of the heyday. The 87 to 89 is kind of for me, it's getting late. I mean, the hours are starting to get a little late. It's starting to get dark. The fireflies are starting to come out, but it's still not time to come home for dinner yet. So it's okay. I don't love it, but apparently they've reunited. They've got a new album out. It's called Infinite. It came out in 2015, and it's got a 45% rating on Metal Archives. So that kind of tells you kind of where they're at. Yeah, Power Mad. What you got, Alan?
I've got a mouthful of food.
ASMR.
Good to go here. Yeah, something I noticed going through the Minnesota list, didn't find much vintage stuff, but they definitely seem to have a good scene these days. Like Brian's already shown Obsequiae. You mentioned Tavar. Inexorum can be.
He's a touring guitarist in Obsequiae.
Mm-hmm.
Carl.
And they've
Carl's
done
super sweet guy, man. I love that guy.
They've done 2 albums to this point. Really good stuff. Very strong musically. And it's funny. For something at the more extreme metal style. The vocals are a bit different. Not vocals. Lyrically, it's a bit different. Really plays to sort of inner strength, overcoming problems. Not giving up stuff. has, a pretty positive message when you dig into the lyrics. I know some folks always say like, "Oh, I don't pay any attention to the lyrics." That always kind of surprises me because I'm always interested in what the heck the band has to say. I don't need to know every word. I'm not trying to sing along necessarily, but I am interested in what particular message they're trying to convey. And yeah, Inexorum's got, kind of, a cool, upbeat message rather than just being, doom, evil, hail Satan, oh Satan, my Satan, Christians bad, world dead, blah, it's more like, yeah, shit's tough, but, bear down and overcome it. But yeah, that's cool to hear a band say. So yeah, I've enjoyed both the Inexorum albums. Another good part of the current Minnesota scene that has popped up. So kudos to them.
They've got a new album coming out. I don't know if the CD might be available. The vinyl is coming later on Gilead Media.
Yep. I've got one of theirs on vinyl and one on CD. I'm not sure how that happened. Life's wacky that way.
That's the way it goes. Yep.
All right. I actually pulled another one from Minnesota. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Oh yeah, Crimson Thorn.
Crimson
Yep.
Thorn.
Christian death metal band.
Yes. 94. This one's on Atomic Records.
Luke on vocals and bass.
Maybe here they are back here. There. Yeah, really good death metal. Christian death metal. I'm not really sure what's going on with the cover, but again,
colored pencil attack someone's sister.
But you can look past. I think there was a reissue of this, and they did a new cover that actually looked a little bit better with the crucifixes and the skeletons on it.
I was gonna buy one of those reissues, and I can't. Overstock.com is the one that put it out, I believe, and it was a shit ton of money. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. I looked at
John the Baptist on drums.
It was it's like $17.99 for a CD or some shit, and I don't know. I found this. Someone was selling it on Facebook, so I grabbed this, and I might have gotten another Crimson Thorn album, but yeah, good death metal. 94. I
know Feast Eternal played some shows with them back in the day.
Nice. Yeah.
All
Minneapolis, I think.
Yep. Well, we mentioned Tver put out their record last year.
Yeah.
Tver, I can't pronounce it. I don't know the correct pronunciation. Artwork drawn by Tanner Anderson of Obsequiae and Celestial. That is amazing artwork.
Really?
He's a very talented man, that guy. These guys they're great. They're a great band.
Yeah, I like them.
Woodsy black metal with kind of crazy crying orc vocals on occasion. I really like this record. I really like this band, and kind of bummer they got the crud, so they couldn't play that show with Obsequiae in Minnesota. But God, fuck off. Just try.
I got it.
Cheapest sex Tinder. Oh, excuse me, guys. I gotta go. I gotta go check this out real quick. But yeah, Tver still have some copies left of this. It's their debut album on Byron Recordings. It comes with a download code and a CD in the record. So
pretty good bundle for your money. I got the three pack with Panopticon and
oh yeah, we put out
you did the three.
Yeah, that and the worm, the UK bands.
Oh, Nemeris.
Yeah. So I got
Wodenstrong dudes.
And I tell you what, I probably listened to that Tver the most just when I got all three. I really like that album a lot.
It's really good. Turned out really good. Do you have more, Brian?
Yeah, I got one more I grabbed. Now that I realize they're from Minneapolis. Coagulate?
Yep.
You guys know them?
Yep.
The Art of Cryptosis. This came out in 2020. I guess it's technically a demo. I like these guys. They play kind of that modern death metal sound, but their lyrics are all inspired by Brian Lumley's Necroscope series. In high school, I was a huge fan of Brian Lumley and that whole series. So when I read that they were that's, you know, lyrically, that's what it's all about. I was like, yeah, sign me up. Cool stuff. And if anybody likes kind of sci-fi horror, Brian Lumley's Necroscope series, and then his kind of follow-up books are all very good too, in that kind of horror vein.
All right, Alan, Minnesota.
Yeah, someone just mentioned Impaler in the chat. I don't have any hard copies of Impaler stuff, or I would have pulled one.
Rest in peace, Earl Root.
Yep, that's a band that has always had a following. You may have guys may have mentioned this while I was gone, but of course, Panopticon has moved up that way, so they deserve a shout out. We've talked about them a ton. Folks know this band. We don't have to go deep on them, but obviously a shout out to Austin.
Yep.
And my last one from, well, actually, no, I've got two left from Minnesota. So first off, Void Rot, another band, and sort of, the new wave of, more cavernous sounding, slower death metal, like, Descending Pillars it's not reinventing the genre or doing anything all that different necessarily, but it is a good listen. Did like this one quite a bit. Was glad when the local store picked it up on vinyl so I could get it. And let us not forget Minnesota's greatest contribution to the world of...
Here comes Vixen, everybody.
Music. Rev it up. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, self-titled and both, Rev It Up, great albums. They're fun for what they were. No. Were they the most talented musicians or songwriters ever? No. Could they write, really good songs that, were catchy and fun for that style? Absolutely. Both their albums are, sing-along favorites for folks that, can appreciate the Hair Nation style of stuff. Cool stuff. Quick fun story about the band I've told before, but it's been a while and some folks may not have been on back then. Folks know I grew up, out, very small town out in the country. This band actually came to my high school at the height of their popularity, right around 1988 when this album was, really blowing up. The FM radio station over in the big city, where we were like right on the edge of the reception. If you kind of angled the antenna right, you could pick it up enough to hear what the top songs were. They had a contest for all the high schools in that corner of the state. It was one of those deals where kids had send in postcards, and just like whichever high school sent in the most postcards, Vixen would come. They weren't going to play, but they would come sign autographs and stuff at your high school. my high school is only known for like three things in the history of forever. We produced one Miss Virginia, or no, Miss USA came from our high school back in the 70s or something. Nice. We had one girl softball team go to state, and we had Vixen come to our high school because we won the damn postcard contest. I can only imagine what those poor ladies had to think, riding, this bus, having to get off the interstate in the middle of podunk nowhere, one stoplight in the town at that point. Yeah, and set up high school with maybe 900 kids in it total, and sign autographs for all these folks that literally some of these kids didn't have running water in their house, and here's Vixen touring the nation with hit songs all over the place, and they're stopping here at this little high school to sign autographs and stuff. So
did they tell you staying in school is cool and don't do drugs?
I don't know, because the bitch of it all was that obviously it was an event for the high schoolers, 9 freshmen up. I was in 8th grade that year, so I was not allowed to go.
Oh no, Bob.
I was a year away from high school.
Boner denied.
I did not get Vixen autographs when they
Boner denied.
Yeah,
blocked by fucking age.
Folks talked about it for weeks afterwards. I don't know which member, but one of them apparently was wearing the leather pants that laced all the way up on the sides.
Oh yeah.
And yes, you did not want to go anywhere. The boys' bathroom was just sticky.
Standing room only.
Bank, yeah.
You should have just drawn on a mustache and pretend to be the janitor. Go in the back door.
Yeah, I hadn't learned the trick that you'll pick up one of the drum cases and you'll pretend to be the roadie or something.
Did they actually play a song?
No, they didn't play anything. They just
We're from Fixin'. Stay in school, guys.
But yeah, I know that's obviously not everyone's cup of tea, but a very, very fun band for what they were, and that they're great in that style. And that is my Minnesota contribution for the evening.
Are you done with Minnesota, Brian?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to move on to Iowa with my next picks. I've got 2 for Iowa.
Okay.
Iowa was not coming in real hot here.
Yeah.
For our total, we have Metal Archives lists a whopping 218 bands out of Iowa. So, yes, for those of you outside the U.S., you are getting way over into corn country by the time you're in Iowa.
Very
well, good thing that we all here know and love someone who has contributed to the Iowa metal scene, and that would be the one and only Brain Smasher with Satan's Almighty Penis.
There it is.
Pulsing Feral Spire.
You betcha.
There he is right there. This is actually quite good, man. It's good. I mean, you think Satan's Almighty Penis, it brings a chuckle, but isn't it kind of a genius name? I don't know. The riffs on this has got riffs. It's good. And Ben's vocals are pretty nuts, to be honest. Pretty nuts. This is a good album. I like it. There's other stuff from them that I don't have. But this is really good, and I'm just going to shoot my wad all at once. And the other half of Satan's Almighty Penis is Ron. He also does the band When Bitter Spring Sleeps.
Okay, yeah.
This is Coven of the Wolves. I think this is the second album. I could be wrong. Really solid stuff. He's put out a new one last year or this year. Something Dungeons. I can't remember. He's experimenting a little bit with the sound. It's quite good. Good stuff. When Bitter Spring Sleeps. In the black metal vein, this band is a little more on the cusp of atmosphere and experimentation. I think he's tinkering a bit with electronics a little bit too, and the new stuff, a little bit of a dungeon synth vibe as well.
Oh yeah, I saw that he was releasing some synthy type stuff.
Yep. So yeah, that's my contribution to Iowa. Brian?
Yeah, I only got one, but it happens to be one of my favorite newer bands right now. Going for the best band name of the night, Telekinetic Yeti. Dubuque, Iowa.
Right on.
Great. All right, we'll get this. This is stoner, obviously stoner rock, really fuzzed out. It's a 2-piece, and I the reason I got so into them because I saw them open up for Black Label Society a few years ago, and it's just a 2-piece. It's just a guitar player, singer, and a drummer, and they had like one of the most just punchy guitar tones and sounds for a 2-piece band on this massive stage. It was really incredible. So I mean I hear bass on the recording, but live it's just him and some effects and the drummer, and just really great. And this album is called Abominable. Came out in 2017. The two actually split back right before the pandemic, and they both kind of pulled this thing like I'm keeping the name, no I'm keeping the name, no I'm keeping the name, and they're let the shit out on Facebook, and it was a whole mess. And obviously they came to some agreement where
one of them is Telekinetic and the other guy's Yeti.
Yeah, pretty much. and they split whatever music they had written during that time, and so one of them, the drummer, I think, formed a new band. The guitar player kept Telekinetic Yeti. They're putting out a new album next week, so I'm really excited for that one. And they're going to be touring all summer long. So if you check this out, like what you hear, they should be playing pretty much all over the country in July and August. So yeah, that's my Iowa pick, Dubuque to be exact.
All right.
Get stuck in the stoner realm.
Okay, Alan.
All right, yeah, I don't have much to contribute from Iowa either. I've got one I'm going to mention, but kind of following up on the two that y'all just picked in terms of wacky band names and random phallic names. Going through some band lists from the Midwest today, yeah, there's kind of some funny ones that fit together. For example, you can have there are sexual atrocities out of Wisconsin, including that if you go to Iowa, you can be butt fucked by Bigfoot, or if you go to Kansas, you can be anally raped by Satan. You also in Wisconsin can end up with vaginal blood fart. Then in any case, you may have to deal, especially in Ohio, with the sperm of the Antichrist. So
Iowa, Satan's almighty penis.
And in Wisconsin, there are killer dolphins with rabies.
Waco Jesus formed not too far from where I am now. Amazing.
Thank Jesus for that.
There are some goofy.
Do not look at those album covers. Do not do it.
No.
Yep. But anyway, the only one I'm going to mention as a serious entry, and Aaron just alluded to this one. There's I don't own this, but I had a picture of it here, but now I've lost my place. There's a band from the mid 80s called Emmy Strut. Weird name, but they released a 12-inch EP. And I've seen the band listed as being from different places in the Midwest and different references. But some places do list them as an Iowa band. Hold on, I've got the bloody picture of the 12-inch sleeve here somewhere. I thought it was on the cover of this book, but I'm not seeing it. So we'll find it sooner or later. EMM. Is it really not in this volume? Well, it's just a band picture, so we're not missing a ton here. I'm not sure why it's not featured in this one. But yeah, Emmy Strut was the only thing I could find back in the day. It's a pretty good one. It's very kind of standard, straightforward metal release. There's not too much more to say about it. It's another one of those that's always been kind of rare, kind of collectible. God dog it. I really thought it was on the cover of this book somewhere. But if I can find it in a second, Marty, I'll go ahead and pass to you. And if I can find it, I'll flash it up on the screen in a minute. So
I'm going to be moving to the next state.
Well, then we're just out of short chances. Emmy Strut. Why are you not in the E's where you should be?
Are you done with Iowa, Brian?
Yep. We just had the one.
Yep. That's not featured in this one anyway, so oh well. They had their chance. Right. But yeah, so what states shall we move to next, gentlemen?
We were going to Missouri
with 475 entries. And probably a huge amount of that seems to be, of course, surround Kansas City.
But there's some killer fucking bands in Missouri. Killer fucking bands. I'll start with this one because they're a favorite from back in the teenage years. This came out in 1990. Anacrusis with Reason. It's their second album.
Yeah.
Big fan of this band. Great thrash band. Super unique. They got signed to Metal Blade. This is on This is on Metal Blade. Their first album is on Active Records or Action Records. I can't remember. Action. I can't remember.
Active, yeah.
Active. Metal Blade supported these guys. They never really blew up because they're different. They're kind of strange. Ken Nardi's vocals are super nuts. I love his screech, and he still has it today. He still has that screech today. It's amazing. It's like someone skinning a cat alive. It's just like insane screaming. So good. St. Louis, Missouri, right here. Great band. Check these guys out. They have 4 records. And then Ken, after the band disbanded, he's got 2 solo albums out under his own name. I cannot remember the names. Dreaming of the Past is the first one. It's a 2 CD set on Tribunal Dive Bomb Records. The
Yeah.
new one, I cannot remember the name of it. I got it. It's good. It's really good. Second CD on that, he redoes a few Anacrusis songs. And his voice is pristine. It sounds like it's been bottled, and he just opens it and it's perfect. I don't know. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Missouri. All right.
I don't have
Ryan.
much. I don't have much from Missouri either, but I do have Time Ghoul,
I thought they were from Minnesota.
St. Louis.
Yeah,
right on.
One just mentioned them in the chat. Yep.
Yeah. Luckily,
Great band. Great band.
Dark Descent keeps the discographies in stock, or else I would never have come across them. 92,
It's great.
94 with demos. It's like Demolish style, kind of weird, proggy death metal. Yeah, I think this collects everything they did. The 2 demos, Tumultuous Travelings, and then Panoramic Twilight, and then they had some rehearsals and some live stuff. Now I think the guitar player on Panoramic Twilight, his name is Gordon Blodgett. He has a YouTube channel right now that everybody should check out, where he does kind of like rankings and stuff like that. It's really good. Doesn't have many subscribers, so check him out over there. Guitarist from Time Ghoul. Yeah, Rick mentioned Eris Kingdom. That's another really good one from Kansas City.
Yep. All right, Alan.
All right. Well, you guys have already. I didn't have many from there. Anacrusis has been covered. Time Ghoul's been covered. About the only thing I've got left is just an obscure one going into the singles bin. A band called Dead Heat that made this one single, and as far as I know, nothing else. But 2 tracks, good traditional, straightforward metal style. Nothing too crazy about it. This copy, if it looks a little weird, the label was just autographed by the band back in the day, apparently. One of those random privately pressed U.S. metal singles. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, the band was another Kansas City project. I could be wrong about that. There's not much info about them. Never came with a picture sleeve to my knowledge. But yeah, just another part of the local Missouri metal scene from there. So yeah, I don't have anything else for Missouri. Was surprised, but yeah, I didn't find a whole lot.
Do you not have the band from Kansas City, Fortress?
So there's a few Fortresses. The one that I've shown before is a LA band, California. So yeah, I kept seeing there's a
band you told me to check out, if I remember right.
Yeah, there's another Fortress in the Midwest too. But yeah, the one that's done like the Don't Spare the Wicked album is from California.
I'm thinking the one I'm thinking of had a full length in 1985. Is on Havoc Records. That's really good. There's a song called Metal Meltdown. It's fantastic.
Is that the Missouri one? Let's check and see. It helps if you spell it right when you type it in.
Yeah. I think the album's self-titled. That's all I know about.
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about, but I don't have that album.
Really good stuff. I figured if anyone had it, Alan would have it.
I do not. Yeah, there's a ton of Fortresses in the U.S. Yeah. Well, we'll have to Fort Hop sometime. But Marty, what else you got from Missouri? Sounded like you had a few more good ones.
I've got 2 that I can run together here, and people in the chat are kind of alluding to this. Order from Chaos. Oop.
Oh, yeah.
This is a Stillbirth Machine with Crushed Infamy and the EP and I Saw Eternity. Now, this band alone spawned some pretty great bands. It spawned Ares Kingdom, which Rick mentioned, Chuck Keller, and also the band Vulpecula, which has Chuck Keller in it as well. I prefer Ares Kingdom to Vulpecula. I prefer Order from Chaos to both of them. And also from there, Pete Helmkamp went on to form Angel Corpse, which is a fucking kill. This album is crushing. Hammer of God, so good. Yep. I mean, all their albums are good. Lucifer and Lightning, I believe, is their last album. They kind of lost it on that one, but the first 3 are great. And I've seen this band probably 6 times in my life. Gene Peblicki
Yep.
went on to be in.
Perdition
He's in some.
Temple.
Yep, Perdition Temple. And he's in a new project with Steve Tucker from Morbid Angel. I can't remember the name of
really?
it. I can't remember the fucking name of it. And John Longstreth on drums on that project. And also John Longstreth, the drummer from this band, went on to be in Origin and Gorguts, among other things. So, I mean, the Missouri scene, it kind of all stems from Order from Chaos.
Yeah.
And it splintered into some very cool arcane sounding death metal stuff. Angel Corpse is a little bit more morbid angel-y of the bunch, but
very evil though.
Very evil, very sinister. Pete Helmkamp's vocals are sick. He is just, and seeing these guys live, every time I saw this band live, one of the Michigan Death Fests that Metal Mom put on was at the Mosquito Club down in Detroit area. One of the bands canceled. Angel Corpse played one day, and the second day a band canceled. They went in and played the second day as well. So I got to see their set twice. The second time was on a smaller stage. The intensity just rolled off that stage. Stand in front of that shit, it felt like you were being steamrollered over by some of the coolest death black metal ever. It was so good. Pete Helmkamp is a front man. Granted, he's chained to playing bass, but it's just like the intensity is just fucking sick. They're so good. Angel Corpse is one of the better bands I've ever seen. They're so good live. So good.
Yep.
Yeah, Malefic Throne. Yep. Thank you, Riz Metal Podcast. They just put out an EP with Steve Tucker, John Longstreth from Origin on drums and Angel Corpse, and Gene Peblicki from Perdition Temple and Angel Corpse. Great stuff. They are unmatched, man, and seeing them live, even big stage or little stage is better, but they're great no matter where they play. They were just so intense, absolutely great.
Yep, good picks, Marty. Good bands. I just don't have any hard copies of their stuff. That's the stuff I've got digital, so I had nothing to show for those.
Yeah. So we all done with Missouri?
I think so.
Let's go to Kansas.
All right.
I've been to Kansas a couple of times. If you ever want to, just question life, try driving straight east to west across Kansas on, I think it's I-70 that goes through there. That's a long, flat, brown haul, if ever there was.
A lot of corn.
Whole lot of flat.
Topeka, Kansas. We were just talking about John Longstreth.
Yep.
Origin.
Yep.
Formless, Infinitus, and Humanitus.
I've seen Origin a couple times too, and John is just crushing as a drummer. Absolutely amazing.
These guys still, I think they just put out a new album.
They just did, I believe, yes.
I haven't heard it, but I pretty much liked all their stuff. This is probably my favorite. I think it was Relapse, right? Relapse, like 2002. Yep, great technical death metal from the Midwest. Really not much to say about it. Like you said, he's a machine on the drums. So technical. This is just great stuff. Echoes of Decimation is really good. I like Entity that came out in the mid 2010s or so. Great band from Kansas.
All right.
Origin.
Alan.
All right. Well, there's one obvious one from Kansas, but I'm gonna let Marty. I want to set Marty up to take care of that one.
Thanks. That's the only one I have.
That's fine. That's fine. This band has a connection to that band because they were on the same label. It's a band out of Wichita called Stygian Shore.
Yeah. Yep.
This is the only other band to release something on Roadster Records. There's one other band, but apparently it was an unofficial release. I don't know if it's bootleg or whatever. But yeah, Stygian Shore was the only other act to get something out on the label. Not a bad. They released an EP. This is a collection. Excuse me, released later on by Shadow Kingdom that has a lot of extra tracks on it. It's not bad. It's traditional heavy metal.
Solid.
That again kind of leans a little bit into a heavier, doomier atmosphere. but they're not Candlemass or Saint Vitus or anything like that. Just going to that heavier end of the spectrum. It does not blow me away, to be honest. I've never felt the need to track down the original EP, but it's still kind of a cool historical footnote. Kansas logs in with what is our Kansas count? 352 heavy metal bands. So
wow,
yeah,
the Heartland is a little skimpy on metal bands.
It is, and like we mentioned earlier, for folks not familiar with the United States, you're getting into areas that are very rural. The population is spread very thin. I'm sure it's hard to get bands of almost any style going in a lot of those cases. It's also areas that are dominated by things more like country or other traditional forms of music. It's going to be hard to develop a music scene for things that are more extreme, like heavy metal in a lot of these areas. But anyway, Stygian Shore is one of the Kansas bands that did get an album out, or at least an EP out back in the day. So Marty, which Kansas band did you pick?
Oh geez, I don't know.
There's 323 other ones. So
well, this is the only one that matters. Let's be honest. This is the only one that matters. Manila Road.
For sure.
I just grabbed the Deluge. It was the first thing I grabbed. I should, and after Alan mentioning Roadster Records, I should have grabbed my OG press of Crystal Logic, but I did not.
Sick flex.
Yeah.
Flex. That was sent to me by a viewer of the channel, which, man, wow. Thank you so much. Manila Road. Really, if you're not on par or on board with the Manila Road, get on board. It's the end boss of epic metal for me. So many great records. Such a great Milli Vanilli Road. Yeah. Absolutely great. Mark Shelton was a treasure, and you don't really realize what you got until, who said that? Don't know what you got until it's gone.
Barbra Streisand.
Cinderella from Missouri.
Was Cinderella from Missouri?
Or Kansas. I can't remember. Someone said that they're from there. I can't remember.
Someone was mentioning Iowa. I'm probably just goofing around in the chat.
But God, I mean, I look at these records and I want to listen to them. And when you start, I just want to go through the catalog. Amazing epic metal. This is the godfather of epic metal. Absolutely fantastic. What do you have? I mean, Alan, why don't you jump in here? I'm lost. I'm a little gobsmacked over Manila Road tonight. What do you have to say about it?
It's a little verklempt.
Yeah, Manila Road, obviously, a band that, for the longest time, nobody gave a shit about Manila Road.
Which is so fucking sad.
Yeah. And it may seem odd, to younger fans because, they're one of those kind of, bands that are really put on high by tons of fans now. In the 80s, nobody knew they existed. And in the 90s, nobody cared that they existed. I remember looking for Manila Road albums in the very late 90s and even in the early 2000s. And people were just like, oh, yeah, I kind of remember that name. No, I don't. Nobody has, just whatever, go away. Quit asking me about weird bands nobody cares about. But yeah, they really got, a second chance when they came back around with Atlantis Rising.
Fucking awesome.
But, a solid string of albums after that. So it's really cool that they got their due in the long run. Something we haven't talked about. One problem, of course, Manila Road was from Kansas, and
Wichita.
Yeah, and there is not much in Kansas. There's a couple of cities. You have Lawrence with the University of Kansas. That's way over on the eastern border of the state, really close to. I guess that's Missouri, Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
They're really close to one another. When the vast majority of Kansas, it's just agricultural area. Again, I've driven all the way across Kansas doing geologic field work. I've spent time at the museum. There's a little history museum in Fort Hays, way out in western Kansas. Nice town, but man, there's nothing out there. So it really is mind-boggling to think about Mark Shelton trying to keep a heavy band going in that part of the country. Because, yeah, again, for folks not from the U.S., I know sometimes it's hard to fathom distance in the United States. If you're in Europe or something, you may be able to drive to 5 different countries within a few hours. In Kansas, you can drive for 5 hours. You're still in Kansas. So you're still in the middle of nowhere. They're not close to Dallas. They're not close to Oklahoma City. They're not close to too much of anything. So that's something that really, I think, worked against the band at the time. Yes, they got a bunch of albums out. They had connections with Black Dragon label, the French label for a while and stuff, but those albums never got distribution in the US. The band never got much recognition in the US until you got into the 21st century. And so, yeah, they really are just this anomaly sitting right there in the middle of the country. I think if you do the math, the geographic center of the continental United States is somewhere in Kansas. And there they were with nothing much around them at all. So cool band, interesting legacy being in the middle of nowhere. And that's something this is as good a time to bring it up as any. We've gone through, these lists, so we still have a couple of states to go, but with only a couple of exceptions, we haven't mentioned a ton of bands tonight that are huge superstar level bands from anywhere in the Midwest. I mean, God, it pains me to say it, but probably the biggest one from the whole region is Slipknot.
Sure. Oh, definitely.
Iced Earth would be a close second.
Yeah, but again, they kind of got out of the Midwest early on. So,
well, didn't they start in Florida?
They started in Florida and moved to Indiana.
Yeah. I thought they did it the other way around.
I don't know.
They spent time in both places, but regardless, even Iced Earth, that's not a name anybody outside of heavy metal circle. There's no Judas Priest or Black Sabbath or Accept or Motorhead. There's no name that everybody is going to recognize and know their stuff from the Midwest. Do you guys have any thoughts on why that would be? Is it just a matter? I mean, we know with some of these places it's geography. There's just not enough people to develop a scene, to generate any hype, to have people go check it out. But even with Chicago, Cleveland, Detroit, there are big cities there that had music scenes. But we're not mentioning bands like Testament or Cannibal Corpse or
Black Dahlia Murder did get kind of big.
Where Black Dahlia Murder would be, again, there's a couple of exceptions, but
Black Dahlia
we're covering 12 states.
They're from Michigan,
a huge chunk of territory, and there's just not it's an area that seemed to, some of these scenes had a lot of bands, but they didn't necessarily get to that top tier status, which was kind of surprising. I was expecting to find some of those, as I was digging through lists, and it just wasn't turning up a lot of things, up there. There's no death, there's no obituary like band or stuff like that. What did y'all think about that? Did you all notice that when you were going through things?
Oh, definitely. As especially you mentioned, like thrash bands. There's a ton on the East Coast. There's a ton on the West Coast, but middle of the country, not so much.
Well, Disturbed, like Ben's, I don't know if they came from Wisconsin or Chicago area, but
Chicago, that's true.
Disturbed are pretty fucking huge.
I know the rock, as far as rock music go, there's
and Ted Nugent, and then like we mentioned also, Grand Funk Railroad is from Michigan. So is MC5. So is Iggy and the Stooges. I mean, these are all huge bands, but it's not metal.
Those you're getting very much into other heavy music, but not necessarily heavy metal. Rick mentioned November's Doom, bigger, it's just it was a funny pattern.
Are November's Doom big? I don't know that they're big.
I wouldn't.
They're bigger than some of the stuff we've talked about tonight. They'd be in the upper tiers of stuff we've talked about tonight, but no, again, they're not an Overkill or a Halloween or anything like that, or an Iron Maiden. It was just interesting to me that there weren't a lot of those A-list kind of bands that come out of this part of the country. So an observation for metal.
Prince, Minnesota,
Minnetonka represent from Minnesota. No one mentioned Necrophagia.
Where's
And
Necrophagia from? Michigan?
they're from Ohio, Cleveland, I believe, area.
Yep.
Richard
But-
Christie came from Kansas. Okay. Does this project count as Midwest? I think that Charred Walls of the Damned is Florida, isn't it? Isn't the main guy from Charred Walls of the Damned in Florida? I don't remember. But
Yeah.
everybody compares his vocals, your vocals, to him, though. So deal with it, Emperor Ted.
Let's see. We do have a few states to wrap up with, but I think the pickings got real slim.
Oh
here.
yeah, Nebraska. What do you got for Nebraska, Brian?
I don't have anything.
Nebraska has
nothing for
151 bands, and they're actually third from the bottom of the list. They're not even at the bottom.
Well,
Marty,
yeah.
did you have any Nebraska?
I had nothing for Nebraska.
I found two, and it took a little bit of digging. I've got one newer band and one older band. Let's see. Let's do the older one first. I featured this on my channel a while back. Cool little 7-inch EP by a band called King Cobra. Now, it is not the King and then Cobra with a K that some people are familiar with. You know, this is
Jim
actually
Gillette.
spelled like
Jim
the snake.
Gillette on vocals.
Right, not that one. Yeah, this is just a 7-inch EP called Think Fast. It's pretty simple for heavy metal. It's again in that hard rock heavy metal vein of the earliest 1980s. Good tunes. I like it, and cool picture sleeve. It's an obscure one. I've never seen many copies of it turn up. It's from Nebraska of all places, so that's my sort of vintage collector's pick for Nebraska. The one newish band, and even this thing's probably 20 years old by now because time flies. There was one sort of European power metal influenced band out of Nebraska called Celador.
Oh yeah.
This was a release on Metal Blade Records, so this band actually did get a shot at things. It was not a good seller for Metal Blade. You see this thing on sale lists and cutout lists all the time. It's called Enter Deception. I always kind of like the cover image a bit. This is basically these guys were trying to do Dragon Force without the cheesy part. Very fast, really going for the ultra high tempo stuff, but without making it goofy. Pretty good singer in the band. The songs are not bad. They do run together a little bit. The band did release some other stuff, and I think they relocated later. So they may be listed again. I want to say they relocated to Colorado or somewhere out west. But it's a cool album, if nothing else, just because it's anomaly. Metal Blade, early 20th century or early 21st century was not really heavily invested in bands trying to do European power metal. But hey, Dragon Force was popular, so maybe these guys will catch on too. And they got signed, they did their album. It did not catch on at all, but some people did notice it. When I came across it, I sent it around to some friends, and they couldn't believe that a U.S. band was playing this style of heavy metal at the time, and they sure as hell couldn't believe the band was from Nebraska, of all places. So props to them for playing that style of music in that location.
Yeah.
It can be done if you put your mind to it, I guess.
Nebraska, that's another state you do not want to drive through if you don't have to.
I have avoided the Nebraska haul. We were a little south of heading going through Kansas instead.
Yeah.
All right, but that is it for Nebraska, and that leaves the Dakotas.
We'll go with South Dakota first.
South Dakota is at the bottom of the list ranks with 50 heavy metal bands from South Dakota.
You betcha.
Well, I've got a good one here.
That's good. I have nothing from either Dakota, so I am officially done.
Yes.
Woman is the Earth.
Oh,
Okay.
sure.
These guys are great. Dreary post black metal type stuff. I've seen them live a couple times. They early on wanted to be on Bindrune, and I stupidly didn't sign them, but they're on Init Records. Steve does a great job with these guys. It worked out the way it was supposed to. Really great stuff. They've got 3 full lengths and an EP.
Are they from South Dakota?
They're from South Dakota.
Sioux Falls?
Yep. I can tell you.
That's the only big city I know in South Dakota.
They're from Black Hills, South Dakota.
Oh yeah, well that's when I went to South Dakota. That's where I went. Black Hills. That's an awesome area. Beautiful.
They the 2 twins in the band, brothers. And they have like this synth thing, like an organ thing that's on the floor while they're playing. The singer like steps on different things. It's cool. They're really good live. They really pull it off live. These guys are good. It's a good band. Absolutely excellent. Woman is the Earth. Strange name, but makes sense. Anybody have anything else for South Dakota?
Zip.
Brian?
No, sir.
All right. What about North Dakota?
North Dakota comes in with a whopping 74 bands. So the 2 Dakotas combined at 124 have fewer bands than Nebraska. So that's where we're at. I've got nothing to show for North Dakota, but I think y'all do.
I got nothing from North Dakota.
Okay, Alan?
It's all you, Marty.
All I've got is Ghost Bath, and I never really cared for that band, so I don't own any of their stuff. So I didn't pull any to show because I have nothing from them.
This is disappointing. I have a running joke in my class. I every semester I do a unit on renewable energy resources, and we talk about North Dakota because it has this tremendous wind energy potential there. And every semester for over a decade now, I've asked the class, so is anybody here from North Dakota? I have taught in the past decade, it's getting close to 10,000 students. I teach big classes. Mm-hmm. I have never had a single student raise their hand from North Dakota. I had a student raise their hand once, and I looked at him and I'm just like, that's just a pity raise, isn't it? You're not really from North Dakota, are you? He's like, no, sir. You seem to really want somebody from North Dakota, so I thought I'd raise my hand. It's like, well, I appreciate the sentiment, but don't throw off my statistics. I've never had a single student from North Dakota. I am half convinced nobody lives there because the United States sold North Dakota to Canada in 1934 to help pay off debts from the Great Depression, and we were only allowed to keep it in name to save face. So it's actually not part of our country even, and it's completely abandoned.
We got a P.O. box there. That's about it.
Yeah, we've got a P.O. box, and there's like a couple of oil rigs stuck up in the middle of nowhere just to make it look like there's something going on. Yeah, it's crazy, but I cannot find anybody from North Dakota to save my life.
So yeah, some people have named off some stuff. Res Metal Podcast. Everybody go check out Res Metal Podcast. Very good stuff. Death metal now. Fargo, North Dakota, blowing up with death metal. Phobophilic, who I have heard, they're good. Maul, have not heard. Gorgatron, have not heard.
I've heard Maul. They are good. Yeah.
Let's see. Colorado is getting too far west, so we've gone as far west
North
as we can.
Dakota, Frosthelm, Black and Thrash from the Most Unusual Place. Rascal Flats, of course, the country sensation.
Oh, don't no. Edit
Hopes
that out.
From
I can put up with a lot of shit. We are not talking about Rascal Flats on the show. God damn it. I will spend the rest of the night in the trailer. We ain't doing that.
Brawl Frost from Fargo, North Dakota. Raw Black Metal. Recommend Bandcamp link. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're us old farts are out of the loop on some of this shit, but what are you gonna do? So yeah, that's it. Midwest. Ooh. And I got to say, in full transparency, time out. Go ahead.
Sorry. I do have just a few quick honorable mentions that were supposed to be back in the Ohio pile and they got too buried. So
sure.
I'm just going to burn through these, but
go for it.
A few others, they got overlooked when they're state. Aaron, Metal Theologians, mentioned this one before. Lester Maddox, because that's the name of the band.
Absolutely.
Gothic Lore.
Yes.
And that's cover art for you.
That's fucking sweet.
Pretty sweet. Shields
kind of a weird band. Not necessarily the best thing out there.
Alan, if you ever want to start a bootleg shirt company of like all these weird 7-inch and all this shit would be so easy to fucking bootleg. It would be so easy. And I know a guy. A guy can help you out on your quest.
You can partner. There you go.
Too. We can distribute internationally.
There's too many calls. I'm not printing that shit.
Could be the U.S. connection for the Mexican
But
boogaloo.
yeah, the Lester Maddox album is known for two things. It has a song called Egypt, The Chains Are Off, kind of a play on the Dio song.
Yep.
And it also has a song on A-side called White Power, which
Ooh.
you got to know not to put that kind of song title on your
No.
album. They
You're
did make a
skating on-
second album that's really hard to find.
Wait, it's not what you think. It's not what you think.
They're referring to, I don't know, the other white meat, the other White Power. I don't know. This band out of Ohio, Thruster. This was a really kick-ass band. They made a 7-inch back in the day and recorded an album's worth of material, but it was a cassette-only release back then because that was a great idea. And it got released later on this vinyl pressing came much later on a German label called Fils de Metal. Used to be in contact with the guy who ran it. Excellent album, really outstanding, classy US, traditional metal, very representative again of that kind of classic Ohio metal scene we talked about earlier tonight with bands like Breaker and Shock Paris and such. Yeah, if you ever see this, and it's not too expensive, if you like that style, it's a great listen. We've got meant to give a shout out, to Andrew's Iron Flame project.
Oh shit! He just dropped their new album yesterday. Oh, today.
Oh, did
today?
Good one.
I did not know
album,
that.
available on CD. The vinyl's coming in November, I think.
I'll have to get on that shit. Yeah, does an excellent job with this project. He's in other projects, as
Brimstone
well, like
Coven,
Icarus Witch,
and Nachachwan.
Yeah, but for American band doing really nice traditional heavy metal quite well.
Wearing their Iron Maiden influences on their sleeve.
Quite a bit, yep. And last but certainly not least, an Ohio band kind of copying the Chicago sound. This is Nightfall. They only did like some demo and compilation appearances back in the day. This is a Stormspell anthology called Red Moon Rising. Really good stuff. If you like, bands like Trouble, Enforcer, Warcry, Nightfall is worth checking out as well. It operates in that same vein of being traditional heavy metal, but with a little extra dose of heaviness that makes you feel like it's leaning towards the doomy end of the spectrum without being out and out doom metal whatsoever. It also, for a long time, at least, had the dubious distinction of being the worst selling title that Ian put out on Stormspell. And I don't know why, because it's a really, really good collection of songs. So you can probably still find it in some distros pretty cheap. Nightfall.
Stormspell is a cool label, man. Go check out their shit. They really do a great job on their CDs.
Yep.
Really nice design. The whole presentation is top notch.
Yeah, he's got a
very much appreciated.
I don't remember all the details, but he's got a background like in graphic design, if I remember right. So
check out Blazing Stone if you like Running Wild. It's a total tribute band, and Rock and Roll is also really great. It's the same dude that's in Blazing Stone. Both of those bands are excellent bands.
But yeah, those were just some I had definitely wanted to do some quick shout outs for those that just got buried in the stack earlier when we were doing Ohio. So I am now
Strikes Back.
That's a good album.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, that's it. We got it. We went through a lot of bands tonight, and thank you everybody for hanging out with us for 4 hours and 6 minutes. Brian, thank you for joining us again. It's been a little bit overdue, and I'm sorry it took us so long to get back around.
Yeah.
But,
this is a good timing for me. It summer's always usually busy for me traveling and stuff, but I was here. I was in town. It was good to chat with you guys again.
You brought a good thing, and you know what? You taught me something today, because in full transparency, looking at the thing that Alan pulled up and made the thumbnail with, I did not realize that Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas were considered part of the Midwest. So, it's never too late to learn, folks. It's good to read books, not books with pictures, but actual books that have words in it, and they teach you things. Yeah. And that's another reason why I paired up with Alan, because he's way smarter than I am, and I learn stuff every day, every week. So
the more you know.
Yep.
Joe.
To be honest, most of Nebraska and South Dakota, it's mostly cows anyway. So We don't.
Yeah, yeah, it's not. Yeah, and Marty, I mean, I think most folks, don't necessarily think of some of those states as Midwest, but they fall in. Also, if folks are wondering, another term that gets thrown around for that part of the area is Rust Belt, but that is technically a little bit different because that comes further east and incorporates New York, Pennsylvania, and it doesn't go quite as far west. It's really more like the area kind of wrapping around the Great Lakes for the Rust Belt. So not the same thing. Maybe we'll do a Rust Belt episode some other time.
The Breaker album that Alan's shown, I think, did have a dog on the cover. Is that correct, Alan?
Yes, yeah, like angry dog. Yeah, kind of looks like a bat if you're looking, too, in a way. But yep, angry dog.
Well, I'm going to drop some program notes on you folks. Next week, Alan was not available this week for the album book club, and we brought on Dreadful Rick, of course, and Kellen from Killing for Company. And since Kellen was the new guy, we had him pick, and he picked, Alan, I don't know if you knew this, Hellstar's Vampiro for next week.
Right, their comeback album, which I have not heard. There's the Breaker somebody was asking about. Teddy, I think.
Get Tough.
Cujo.
So what the deal is here, we probably should talk about this offline. We're going to talk about it right now since we're all here together. I am not going to be available Wednesday night because my band is playing a show Thursday night and the venue wants us to set up Wednesday night. So I was going to recommend maybe us doing the album club on Tuesday night, which we sometimes shoot videos for shoot streams on Tuesday anyway. Would you be down with that, Alan?
42.
What?
Red.
Try again.
Thomas Jefferson.
Huh?
George Washington Carver.
The Declaration of Independence. I totally missed the question. So, sorry.
Would you be down to do the album club on Tuesday night instead of Wednesday night?
On Tuesday night, let me think.
We normally do a quick blast on that night, but maybe I can get the guys to come on and do Tuesday because I'm not going to be available Wednesday.
Vampiro.
Yes,
Vampiro
I think
by
that
Hellstar.
would work.
Okay, I'll run it by the other guys. So everybody, we'll be doing the album club on Tuesday night. I hate to jump shit we've set around, but we normally do something on Tuesday anyway, and Wednesday I'm not going to be around. I don't need to be here for it. Alan can set up everything and go live.
I'm a big boy.
He's a big boy. He's got the keys to the kingdom essentially.
Special
so
privileges.
When you be rolling with this, you can do anything.
It gets you the do not pass go, gets you through that part no problem.
From what I understand, he's very responsible. He pays his taxes. He
He does.
his teeth twice a day.
Yep.
So I'd go for it.
Yeah, no problem. But we'll figure it out. We'll get with everybody and get it figured out. But thank you, everybody. And if you are bored this weekend, there are videos that we shoot throughout the week. Typically there's a quick blast on Tuesday. Wednesday is typically the album club, and they're not very well attended as far as views go. So if you're bored, want to learn about some new albums and guys sitting around discussing these albums in a deeper manner, check out some stuff on the Heavy Metallurgy playlist on the Marty Worm channel. Check out Brian Arkham. There's a link in the description. Check out Let's Talk Metal.
Yeah.
Which is a link in the description to Alan typically posts every Tuesday, and his content is great as well. If you like what he does here, he's doing it even more so on his channel. Absolutely great. Brian does a great job, shows a lot of cool stuff. He's also part of the Sattersley crew, and all good stuff.
It's been a good one. Thanks for the invite back, and thanks for going along with this topic.
Oh, yeah,
thanks for bringing this topic. It was fun.
Got a lot of new Midwest bands to check out. That is for sure. I got a whole list.
Yep, absolutely. Alan, do you have anything to add?
Nope. Everybody have a good, if you're in the U.S., have a good holiday weekend. It's July 4th weekend over here.
America! Fuck yeah.
Everybody have fun and stay safe. And remember, you got to, after you light the firecracker, you got to throw it somewhere because you can't hold on to it too long. That doesn't end well.
So in Illinois, they'll let us have weed. They will not let us have fireworks.
Fuck
Not
you and your
allowed.
fireworks. You're not responsible.
You
If
gotta
you're
go
on
to
weed, you're
Indiana.
smoking weed, you're not responsible. You're not responsible
Indiana
for
to get
the
fireworks.
fireworks. So that makes sense. I
You'll shoot your
support
eye
that
out.
law.
You'll shoot your eye out.
Okay, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a good time. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Yeah, cheers, everyone. We will see you next week. And thank you again. Episode 61 of Heavy Metallurgy.
Good one.
Cheers.
If you're out partying this weekend, don't get too drunk to taste the chicken.
Because that chicken is drunk, and I think it smells awesome.